The House of Horrors continues at Citi Field. The Phillies have lost 9 in a row against the Metropolitans in the city that never sleeps. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Well, that was bad last night. It was another night where you're just like, how are they going to find a way to lose this game? Well, let us count the ways. You know, Harrison Bader almost was the hero, but he needed to be the hero for the mistake that he made that essentially cost the Phillies the game last night. You know, a Little League-esque play where he essentially misses the cutoff man. Are we kidding? The night before, we're talking about you can't execute a rundown, and then last night you airmail the cutoff man, and essentially you look back at the game and you're saying, why'd they lose that game last night? Fundamental baseball, not the strength of the Phillies in this series. Hasn't been the strength of the Phillies at Citi Field, and they fall last night again. Oh, by the way, on a night where your prized possession, Jhoan Duran, comes into the game and promptly gives up 4 straight hits. You know, I don't expect Duran to be perfect, but our team's starting to notice some things about him and starting to kind of catch on to some things. That's something you have to keep in mind. Other things to keep in mind in this thing as well. Listen, do I think the Mets are just flat out better than the Phillies? Of course I don't think the Mets are just flat out better than the Phillies. But I warned Phillies fans about this, and I don't think that the Mets are going to catch you and win the division. It's not about that. And it's possible that they could. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I did say last week that the Mets had been so bad that at some point you would think, as baseball generally does, you know, we as fans, we get irrational. We say crazy things. The team is this, then they're this, and then they're this. Well, in the last 10 games, the Mets are 7-3. So the Mets started to turn things around before they got to the Phillies. And as I said about a week ago, you know, how much longer can the Mets play like the worst team in baseball? Because they are not the worst team in baseball. They just had a really bad stretch of games, and as the odds of the baseball gods starting to flip around to where the Mets are all of a sudden starting to find their groove, kind of like Stella once did. You know, Stella got her groove back. The Mets have got their groove back. The Phillies have just been exactly what the doctor ordered for the Metropolitans, and anytime for some reason the Phillies see the Mets, they need a doctor's visit. You know, it feels like, and there's a moment in the game last night. You're watching that game. And I don't know, say it with me, everybody. If you look at your timeline on your social media platforms, all end together now, it kind of feels like the Phillies are like just putting so much pressure on themselves. And I'll tell you, there was a time in the game, I wonder if anybody else felt the same way I did at the same time. Let me know last night when you felt this game is slipping away. Now, the Phillies, the moment that I felt it actually happened before the Bader home run. And then Bader hit the home run, and you felt pretty good until you didn't. But there was a moment before the Bader home run, and, you know, it wasn't the Bader overthrow, although that didn't help. But there was a moment in the game when I posted on social media, the Phillies look like a team that the pressure is getting to them. They know Citi is in their heads, and it's only August. You know, you still have September baseball and then October baseball to go. But last night, that was a game that felt like, man, I don't have any answers to the quiz here. The teacher popped a pop quiz on me, and I wasn't prepared, and I have no answers. That's the way the Phillies felt last night. And there was a moment in the game where it made me go to social media because I wanted to go back today and say, oh, when was that moment in the game? Oh, that's what I tweeted last night. It was at that moment when I said, man, this place is the bugaboo. They're in your head. You are so consumed by this whole thing of we can't beat this team. We can't beat this team. And then what happens? You start to press, and you start to press, and you start to press, and it all kind of unravels. You know, Luzardo comes out of the game. Many people may not have known this because they didn't really show it on TV. Luzardo got thrown out of the game last night. Yes, he got taken out of the game, but he also got thrown out of the game last night. And Luzardo's cruising along like he normally does. He's throwing a great game. He had a little bit of a rough first inning, but he kind of wiggled his way out of it. We go into the fifth inning, and Luzardo is pitching well, and then all of a sudden, in the fifth, here we go. Hits a batter, then a single, then another single, then a walk. Get him out of the game. Luzardo walks off the field and basically tells the umpire, wake the bleep up. Wake the bleep up. This isn't the minor leagues. And listen, the umpire last night was horrible. He was horrible for you, me, and everybody last night. He was horrendous. All over the plate. No command of the zone last night by that umpire. But Luzardo was basically waiting to explode for 4 innings. He gives up 1 run, and as he walks off the mound, there's a moment in the game where you're like, all right, this place is getting to him. Kerkering comes in the 5th inning. Kerkering's been a disaster in this situation. Kerkering's been a disaster in this situation. Runners on base, you know, it's almost as if he's like, these aren't my runs. I don't care. Doesn't hurt my ERA. I'll let these runs go to that guy. He's been terrible in that situation. You can't bring Kerkering in with a messy situation. Kerkering in the 5th inning, though, it tells you how important they felt that game was last night. That tells you everything you need to know. When you talk about pressing in the 5th inning of a game, they managed that game last night like it was a playoff game. So their plan is, hey, listen, Luzardo gets into some trouble in the 5th. The first guy we're going to Kerkering. And Kerkering comes in the game last night, promptly gives up a double right down the middle of the plate to Pete Alonso. And everything just feels like, oh, my God, you got to be kidding me. Then the overthrow on the Nimmo hit. I mean, it's crazy how all of a sudden it just unravels. And then the rest of the night, you know, the bullpen comes in. Tanner Banks does a job. Matt Strom does a job. Here comes Jose Alvarado pitching in the biggest moment that he's had in 80 days, and he gets the job done. And that's after you get the big home run, obviously, there from Harrison Bader. And by the way, I got to give a hat tip to my man Nick Castellanos, tongue-in-cheek. I've been very tough on Castellanos. But, hey, he did work a walk. He did work a walk in that situation, so I give Castellanos some credit, and then Bader obviously hits the home run. It's 5-5, and now Alvarado comes in, and here we get to the 9th. Keep in mind, they had to go to Diaz in the 8th because Helsley couldn't get out of the jam. So they got to bring Diaz in for 2 outs in the 8th. Tells you how important the Mets thought the game was because they brought him in the 8th and then brought him back for the 9th. He gets 2 outs in the 8th, strikeout, and then in the 9th, you had 3 of the worst at-bats of the night. Schwarber, thanks for playing. Harper, hello. Real Muto, nothing. 2, 3, 4. Can't open the door. Bottom of the 9th, they have 3, 4, 5. You don't have to face Soto. Alvarado struck him out in the 8th. He did his job. Duran comes in, single. Now, you could talk about the defensive alignment. They mentioned it during the broadcast last night. I mean, you got Trey Turner playing up the middle. Nimmo's a left-handed hitter. Guy's throwing 102 miles an hour. I probably would play my shortstop a little bit towards the third base side. That's just me. The analytics might say differently. But in some instances, I'm going to go against the analytics. When I got a guy throwing 102 against a left-handed hitter, I'm probably going to shift my shortstop a little bit towards the third base side. Now, I don't know if he would have made a play there anyway. The ball's hit pretty well through that side. But game, set, match, game over, 9 straight for the Mets. Now, you take a look at the standings, and all of a sudden, it gets a little itchy. Gets a little itchy. If the Mets win tonight, it's a 4-game lead. The Phillies win tonight, it's back up to 6. It's amazing how one game feels so different, doesn't it? They win 2 in a row. It feels like this thing is falling apart, unraveling right before your very eyes. All you got to do is get one. And you get one and push that thing back to 6. Tell me 6 doesn't feel so much better than 4. Merry Christmas. This would be a big present for the Phillies. And oh, by the way, the guy who has to deliver the presents under the tree tonight, Taijuan Walker. The irony is oozing here, right? Here's Walker, who no one's given any credit for this year, and he has a chance to essentially, I don't want to say save your season, but he certainly has a chance to make you breathe a little easier. Taijuan Walker, yes, the former Met, he goes to the mound in a situation where he could say to the Philadelphia Phillies, hey, no one's talking about me pitching a playoff game, but who went into Citi Field and shut that team up? It was me. It was me, Taijuan Walker, 4-6 with a 3.44 ERA and a 128 whip. I'm the guy. And on the other side, the irony here is a guy you've never heard of before. And look what the Mets did. Their pitching had been struggling, so what did they do? Ring, 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 AAA. Oh, no, I don't have a flat tire. I just need a new pitcher. Nolan McLean. Okay, I'll send him right up. 2-0 with a 1.46 ERA and a 0.81 whip. You know, how have the Phillies fared against pitchers they've never really seen before? How has that gone for them? Not so good. The Mets are a favorite tonight in the game, and they've won 7 out of 10. And if they win this game tonight, I got a little feeling, if the Mets win tonight, it's going to be anarchy tomorrow. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. So I got a lot on my mind I want to get into. Now, listen, I talked about this last week, and I said the Mets there has to be a time where they're going to turn things around. Are they turning it around, or is it just because they're playing you? Which one is it? Have the Mets kind of found their groove, or is it just they feast on the Phillies? Which one is it? 609-403-0973. You know, the Phillies had that look last night. And I'll tell you the moment in the game for me that I felt it. That I felt that the team is pressing. That the team feels we can't figure this team out. They feel it. They know it. And I say it in that they're looking around, kind of like when the Braves played the Phillies in the playoffs. It's not that the Braves aren't, better than the Phillies. They were all season long. But they got in that building, they were just waiting. What could go wrong? Somebody messaged me on social media last night and asked the question, why can't it just be a bad matchup? That's simple. Nothing else. Happens all time in sports. Sometimes it's just a bad matchup. I can appreciate the comment, but was it a bad matchup when the Phillies took 2 out of 3 from the Mets in Philadelphia? It's not a bad matchup. The Phillies have beaten the Mets in Philly. It's not a bad matchup. Is it a bad matchup when they're in Philadelphia, but it's not a bad matchup? Or it's not a bad matchup in Philly, but it's a bad matchup in New York? That doesn't make any sense. The Phillies have beaten the Mets at Citizens Bank Park, but they haven't been able to beat them at Citi Field. It's going into that building and them feeling what is going to happen next. And sometimes you get that feeling. Sometimes you just feel like, man, we can't get past it. Phillies have had leads in the Division series game, they go up, they blow the lead. Go up, blow the lead. Monday night, they go up, they blow the lead. 609-403-0973. Best part about being a Phillies fan is the Eagles season starts in 8 days. Good riddance, Terry in Galloway says. Come on, Terry. You'll be along for the ride in October. We know you will be, but we know the Eagles are looming. We do know that. A week from tomorrow night, listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Plenty of Eagles discussion today. Mike, please explain to me why umpires can't call strikes on Soto. They treat him as having a better eye than them. I don't know if you watched the 8th inning, but when Alvarado struck out Soto didn't look too happy with the strike that got called on him on strike 2, and they punched him out on strike 3. So I can't agree with you on that text message. Now, that umpire was all over the place, but correct me if I'm wrong, he got called out on strikes, and he took strike 2, and he wasn't happy with the strike 2 call, and I think he took strike 3. It was like a 100-mile-per-hour pitch down in the bottom left corner on the StatCast, whatever they call that thing. He was not happy with that call. Mike, the umps the past last night's ump should be DFA'd with Romano. Romano didn't get DFA'd, by the way. He got put on the injured list with a inflamed middle finger. Do what you want with that one. Soto walked on 7 strikes and 1 ball. Yeah, that was earlier in the game, but I am saying, the umpire was all over the place. But last night, the big inning in the 8th, he did strike out looking. BC in Bowers Beach, Delaware says, if Taijuan can go 4 or 5 innings strong tonight, I take back 60% about what I said to him about him. Not panicking, go Phils. Hey, this is a big start for Walker. If Walker pitches well tonight, does he change the narrative? People like me who don't see him with a postseason role on this team. He goes into New York tonight and shuts them up. How does that change the complexion of the conversation tomorrow when we're talking about this game? If Taijuan Walker goes 6, 1 run, and the Phillies end up winning this game, and Walker's the story tomorrow, are we talking about him? Nuggets and I have been going back and forth on whether he has a role for the playoffs. I don't see him with a role on this team. Maybe he makes the postseason roster. I don't see him throwing a pitch. But what if he pitches well tonight? What if he pitches well tonight? 609-403-0973. Keep the text messages coming. Robbie from Little Egg Harbor says, I hope it's not like the Phillies team in the early 60s. They lead the division, then they blow it. Yes, we all remember that team. 64 Phils. We don't want to go back to that, Robbie in Little Egg Harbor. Stop putting the bad juju out there. Dan in EHT says the Duran situation is extremely disappointing. Dan, I think that's a moment of the game last night that you're right about. That is extremely disappointing. That it almost looked like Duran had a look in his face of, I don't have any answers either. Did anybody else get the feeling of watching Duran and saying he seems befuddled and bewildered by what is happening in this whole situation here? It was just a weird situation. The Bader homer, in that moment, you're like, okay, they've tied the game up here. Then Alvarado gets out of it, and you're like, all right. I always hate the moment in the tie game in the 9th when you have to go to your closer. I never like that moment. When the closer has to come in a non-save situation, and now he's the guy who's just trying to extend the game. Those never seem to go well. But that being said, 4 hard-hit balls on him. It was almost as if they were, hey, first pitch, I know what's coming. I'm getting my best hack right here early in the count. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. That's where we start today. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressoac.com. He was on Monday's show, and I had people texting me, your boy McGarry put the jinx on the Phillies. He said the NL East race is over. He's going to take that back today. We're going to ask him in about 6 minutes from now on the Sports Bash Live. McGarry was there last night. We'll see if he thinks this race has changed over the last 48 hours. You're not going to want to miss what he has to say on that. That's next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Walker on the mound tonight. Taijuan Walker and Nolan McLean going for the Mets. He's one of their top prospects. Can the Phillies break through? They win. The lead's back to 6. They lose. It's 4. And these two teams play 4 coming up in 2 weeks. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 227 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's Mets. Mets going for the sweep. Phil's trying to avoid that, which would make it a 6-game lead. If the Phils lose, it's down to 4. Mike McGarry on Monday's show said this division is over. I think people were listening to that segment, Mike. Are we still feeling the same way after 2 games at Citi Field?
Yeah, I still feel the same way, Mike. My concern level, if the Phillies were to win today, they'll leave with a 6-game lead with 29 games to play. And again, the math is just dramatically in their favor. So my concern level, if they win today, would be, maybe a 1.5. If they were to lose today and the lead goes down to 4, now I think it gets interesting. But my concern level at that point is only a 3 or a 4. It takes a lot to blow even a 4-game lead with 29 games left. And again, if I think the Phillies win today, they're up 6 with 29 to go. They're in very good shape.
Well, if they win today, that's a Taijuan Walker win, and that would be another interesting conundrum for the Phillies because I don't think anybody is believing that Taijuan Walker is going to be a big role here. But what if he becomes the stopper today? Does that change the narrative about him?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I don't think any of us on our bingo cards in April had Taijuan Walker pitching in Citi Field for a pivotal game against the New York Mets in late August when the season started. So it's just a testament to the topsy-turvy nature of baseball and why when you have, starting pitching, depth in starting pitching, you hang on to it and make it a priority. So, yeah, Walker can definitely enhance his status, especially since, I thought Christopher Sanchez got a little flustered on Monday night, and I thought Luzardo lost his poise a little bit last night also. So it'll be interesting to see how Taijuan Walker does today, more of a veteran guy, a guy who has pitched for the Mets in the past. I can't remember all of Taijuan Walker's starts, but I got to say this might be his biggest start as a Philadelphia Philly tonight.
Mike, you asked Rob Thompson on Monday night, I think it was, is it the building? Or it might have been last night. Is it the building? Is it playing at Citi Field? He doesn't seem to think so, but you're in the building 2 nights in a row. Does it get to this ominous feeling where you're waiting for something bad to happen?
Yeah, I think the Phillies need to win a game here in Citi Field. They've lost, whatever it is, 9 or 10 in a row here. The Mets, I think, are 10-1 against the Phillies at Citi Field since September 1st of last year. So I definitely think for the Phillies' psyche themselves, they've got to see something go right and have some success here. I asked him last night, do you kind of feel like everything that could go wrong here does go wrong? And he kind of, I'm not going to say he bristled a little bit, but he said, no, I don't believe in that. I always look at the positive. It's not the building. They're playing well. We're playing well also. But, there are signs here that the Mets have their number. And again, who knows if the teams might meet in the postseason. They might not meet in the postseason. But I think the Phillies, for their own sort of psyche or karma, I think they need to get a win tonight.
I would behoove them, no question about that, Mike. It's one of those things where if you get swept by this team again, that's 10 straight losses, including the playoffs at Citi Field. You got swept there earlier this year. They did take 2 out of 3 from the Mets in Philadelphia. Now, I mentioned something last night. I had somebody on social media say, it's just why can't it just be a bad matchup, not the ballpark? Is it a bad matchup or is it more Citi Field?
Well, it could be a bad matchup, right? Because the Mets have had success against the Phillies last year at Citizens Bank Park, so it just might be. I think what it is to me, Mike, is a lot of familiarity between these teams. And the Mets have a good lineup. Their pitchers kind of know how to attack the Phillies hitters. I mean, Shermania last night, goes 5 innings or 4 2/3, pitches pretty well. He was a guy who was really struggling coming into that start. So for whatever reason, the Mets seem to, get healthy or get well against the Phillies. And I think tonight's game is important, Mike, because we all know how the narrative works, right? If the Phillies lose tonight, the lead is down to 4. They got swept in New York. Now they go back to Philadelphia. There'll be a ton of media in that clubhouse tomorrow asking them what's wrong. Do you guys feel good about your lead? Are you worried, this and that? If they win tonight, that situation is almost completely diffused. So for their own comfort and, again, their own psyche, I think the Phillies need to get one here tonight.
Yeah, the Phillies, it's been little things, too. The night before, they can't do a rundown. Last night, you airmail the cutoff man, and both of those plays played factors in the game. As much as Bader got you back in the game, it's because of his miscue that pretty much cost him that game last night.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Mike, because I thought the same thing. And one thing Rob Thompson has always said about the Phillies when they've struggled is guys just have to be themselves. They don't have to try to do too much. And I thought last night a sign that this is maybe getting the Phillies a little bit was that they were trying to do too much. You mentioned Harrison Bader not hitting the cutoff man, emailing the throw home. He's not going to throw the runner out at home plate. Just hit the cutoff man and keep guys out of scoring position on the base pass. I thought, they had a couple of leadoff hits off Sean Manaea. Bryce Harper led off an inning with a single, then he gets thrown out trying to steal, when the next batter's up, rather than just trying to pass the baton and giving the guy behind him a chance to get a hit and kind of build a rally that way. So, yeah, I would agree. I think, the Phillies have tried to do too much and are pressing a little bit. And how could you not? As much as they might deny it and they say that we're focused on the day-to-day, they know it's a rivalry, and they know that the Mets have had their number up here, and they know that, these two teams might see each other in the postseason. So, yeah, I don't see how, it wouldn't be pressing on you when you look at how the games have gone the last couple of days.
Well, and you talk about the nature of these games. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City was at Citi Field the last two nights. You look at these games, you just go to like JT Realmuto, for instance. This is a guy who had been scorching hot and big hits everywhere, home runs, helping the team. He gets 4 strikeouts in the game last night, and that kind of gives you the indication of how things just changed. The Mets have been playing terribly, and now all of a sudden they've won 7 out of 10, and they feel like a way different ball club than they did 10 days ago. And now you're seeing a guy like JT who was kind of carrying the offense with some big hits, and then last night he goes 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, I mean, great point. And again, we were talking last night in the press box how JT Realmuto seems to be, he was great, earlier this month. He was great in July and really turned it around. But last night he started to look like the JT that we saw in April and May. And, Mike, I just think it's a testament to the streakiness of baseball. It's like we almost all have to live with it, uncomfortable as that is. I mean, to, hope your team going into the postseason just gets hot, it seems kind of random, almost like, spinning a roulette wheel or something. But a lot of it is like that. And you mentioned the Mets. The Mets were a disaster, up until about 5 or 6 days ago. They were horrendous. They had one of the worst records in all of baseball. Mark Vientos was a guy who was just terrible. Now the Phillies can't get Vientos out, and the Mets are rolling. They won, 4 out of 5? You mentioned 7 out of 10, and they've kind of solidified their playoff position with the Reds struggling in Los Angeles against the Dodgers this week. But, yeah, the streakiness is there, and you're right. JT right now is headed in the wrong direction. And, again, he's got time to turn it around to the playoffs. But they are so much a better team when JT is hitting like he did earlier this month and in July and protecting Harper and Schwarber in that cleanup spot.
And, by the way, he struck out not once but twice to end innings last night. And the one strikeout in the 7th, that was a moment in the game. They're down 5-3, and he swings at a pitch way out of the zone, and he just looked lost. Like, I don't know why I can't do anything right now. That was an at-bat that really stood out to me about JT. Possibly, we'll see if he bounces back tonight and ends up getting a couple hits. But that game last night and that at-bat in general was one that stood out. Your sense around this team with not knowing what the lineup's going to be every single day?
Well, I think first of all, I think they do. The players do have an idea the night before. Nick Castellanos mentioned that he went into, Rob Thompson mentioned that Nick Castellanos visited the manager's office on Sunday in Philadelphia and said, hey, what do you think? What are you thinking about the lineup in New York? When do you think I might play? When do you think I won't play? So I think they do have an idea, but it is an adjustment. But because, Mike, today's an interesting question. You got a right-hander on the mound. Do you go with, Castellanos, Kepler, and Marsh? But how do you take Bader out of the lineup, who's been one of the team's hottest hitters and had a 2-run home run last night? So the mix and match that Rob Thompson is doing, not being a strict platoon, it's kind of a balancing act, what he's kind of doing with the four outfielders. And I'm interested to see what they do today. Is it going to be Castellanos, Marsh, and Kepler against the righty, or is it going to be Bader, Kepler, and Marsh against the righty? I think it's interesting.
Yeah, Castellanos, by the way, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, but he did have a big at-bat with the walk there. I'll give him credit for the walk because he never walks, and he did walk, and then Bader hit the home run, and at that point, 5-5. By the way, Bader 3 for 4 last night with that 2-run home run. That ties the game up, Mike. Give me your thoughts then, Duran. What's going on there? Do you watch that and say, whoa, something's not right here, or is it just circumstantial?
Yeah, kind of interesting, right? I mean, since he got hit on the ankle in Washington that night, he's had some rough outings, and I think he given up 8 hits in his last 3 innings, and I think last night, he gives up 4 straight hits. 3 of them were rockets, with an exit velocity of more than 108 miles an hour. Now, Beatty bloops the ball to left field to kind of load the bases, but the Marte Alonso and the Brandon Nimmo singles, they were all smoke. So he's throwing 100 miles an hour, but it just, to me, seemed to be an issue with location, especially the pitch to Nimmo, was a belt-high fastball. Now it's 103 miles an hour, but this is the big leagues, and if you're going to leave it over the plate with that velocity, they can hit velocity. So, I think he needs to work on his location a little bit, and I think it's interesting, and I think it's something to keep an eye on, basically. I think, we saw him come to Philadelphia. He had the great entrance. His first couple of starts were really impressive. Every closer is going to have some issues. Rob Thompson pointed out that, Mariano Rivera blew 80 saves, but it's something to look at going further because, his last couple of outings, 8 hits in 3 innings is not good for a closer. And it really was the difference in the game. He gets roughed up where Diaz comes in after the Bader home run, shuts down the Phillies in the 8th inning, strikes out Harper and Schwarber on his way to a 1-2-3 in the 9th inning. The Mets rally in the bottom of the night. It really was the difference in the game last night was the performance of the closers.
Well, I'll tell you what, that game last night is your game in the playoffs where it gets to a bullpen game in the 5th inning, and who's got the link? Kirkering comes in, and he's had this problem all year. He can't get the job done. Helsley almost coughs it up, but then they turn to Diaz. He gets back-to-back strikeout to the 8th, and then they bring him back out for the 9th. You saw how important both these teams thought that game was last night because Kirkering in the 5th, that tells you the Phillies really were going for it.
Yeah, it was managed like a playoff game last night from both sides, and it'll be interesting to see, how both teams sort of function today, because I imagine both teams will have a couple of relievers who are not, going to pitch. I would be surprised if Diaz, after going more than 1 inning, is available tonight. Helsley has pitched the last 2 nights. I don't know if he'll go 3 nights in a row for the Mets. So it'll be interesting to see. It's kind of been a war of attrition here the last 2 nights. It'll be kind of interesting to see, how this game unfolds. Basically.
Well, and Mike, this is why on Monday night they have to go to Romano because you're down 6-3 in the 7th. You don't want to use one of these guys in the game. If you use one of these guys on Monday night, maybe then now you end up losing this game anyway. But then if they had pitched 2 nights in a row, the Phillies guys might be available tonight. Kirkering threw 27 pitches last night, but you didn't want to use Banks, Strom, Alvarado, Kirkering on Monday when you're down 6-3 in the 7th. The problem, it's not that they went to Romano, it's that Romano was the option.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that people sometimes don't understand. Like, why is this guy in the game? Why is that guy in the game? They're losing the game. Why aren't they putting the star reliever in to keep it close? You're trying to think ahead. You're absolutely right. And, hey, they did something about it yesterday. Romano on the injured list, Joe Ross, released. It'll be interesting to see. I think a guy to keep an eye on is this Lou Trevino guy, ex-Dodger, ex-Giant, kind of local guy from the Philadelphia area. If he could come out, because right now the Romano role to me would be if he rejoins the team. If you're in the playoffs and you need a strikeout in the 3rd or 4th inning of a game, he's a guy that you probably might bring in that spot because he can strike a guy out. but can Lou Trevino fulfill that role? Can he be the guy, hey, fourth inning, bases loaded, we need to get out of this, we need to strike out. Who do you turn to? It's too early to go to Kirk Bringstrom, David Robertson, that end of the bullpen. You need a guy who can come in that spot. I think that's why they're hedging their bets with Romano. A lot of people are like, why didn't they just release Romano? They have to pay him anyway. He can strike a guy out. Let's just see, if some rest can help him. But in the meantime, let's get a look at what Lou Trevino is doing. And if he can fulfill that role, maybe he's the guy. And, the last we saw of Jordan Romano was, Monday night in Flushing.
All right, September call-ups coming up here. We'll see who ends up helping the team out then. One more game with the Mets tonight. It is Taijuan Walker going for the Mets, and it is Nolan McLean. This is a Mets team that they dipped into their farm system. They said, you know what, we're struggling with our starting pitching, and this guy's come up and pitched really well in his couple of starts, 2-0 with a 1.46 ERA, a 0.81 whip. We know the Phillies have generally struggled against young pitchers they haven't seen before, and they're going to turn to Taijuan Walker to try to end this 9-game losing streak at Citizens Bank Park. Mike, if the Mets win this game tonight, it'll be an interesting conversation on Friday, I'm sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I still am not going to push the panic button. I feel calm and confident if I was a Phillies fan, 4 games up with 29 games to go. But what it does do is it makes that 4-game series, starting September 11th at Citizens Bank Park, big. If the Phillies had come in here and taken care of business, that series might be an afterthought. Now you might put a circle around that one as well. So we'll see what happens. As I said, the only way the Phillies are in trouble if they lose all 7. Well, they're almost halfway there. So here we go.
These late starts might be what it is.
Yeah, exactly. By these late starts are killing me. The 7:10. Let's start at 6:40, 6:15. I'm on the BQE at midnight. Let's go.
Unbelievable. All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, and I'm amazed to say to the people out there, Mike's got to work tomorrow. High school football is back.
Yeah, battle at the beach, Ocean City. Late night here tonight, Citi Field. Early morning at Ocean City, 10 a.m. kickoff tomorrow. Holy Spirit in Northern Highlands, Oakcrest, Ocean City play at 1. Some national games, Bergen Catholic, East St. Louis, IMG Academy versus Winslow. Check out pressofac.com. We have a ton of content out to get you ready for not only the opening weekend of the high school football season, but the entire season as a whole.
All the previews are up. Saturday, I will be calling a game up at Rowan. That is where the rest of the games are on Friday and Saturday. So the Ocean City portion is on Thursday. Rowan is having the games on Friday and Saturday for this year's Battle at the Beach. And, of course, you can get all the coverage. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. All right, Mike, we'll see you, pal.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Michael. Thank you.
There he is, Mike McGarry. As he said, he's a little calm still. He's not ready to start panicking. Phillies fans, are you on board with Mike? Are you panicking yet? Huh? Are you panicking yet? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I would imagine the Phillies fans are panicking a little bit more than Mike is. He says, not quite yet. Not quite yet. All right, coming up, more Sports Bash, including some additions to the Eagles roster. They have made some moves. The practice squad has been filled out, and they have waived a couple of players, including 2 names you're going to recognize. I'll give them to you next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Then John McMullen in the 3 o'clock hour will update the schedule, the roster and all the moves. And who was back at practice today? That's coming up in 15 minutes on the Sports Bash. All right, 251 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. If you're watching the show live on the X platform and on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, hit the like button, share, subscribe, comment in the comments section if you want to comment on the YouTube channel or on the text board, 609-403-0973. A couple Eagles moves to take you through right now. The Eagles have made a plethora of moves. They announced they have signed Charlie Hewlett as the long snapper. They released him yesterday. He is back now today. Willie Lampkin is an offensive guard. He was claimed off waivers. Then the practice squad. Chance Campbell, Elijah Cooks, Kenyon Green, E.J. Jenkins, Brandon Johnson, Patrick Johnson, Cameron Latou, Terrace Marshall, Kyle McCord, Perry Nickerson, Holland Pierce, Antoine Powell Ryland, Eli Ricks, and Andre Sam. So there is your practice squad. They waived Trevor Keegan, a little bit of a surprise. He was a draft pick from last year. And Tristan McCollum, the safety. Now, that was probably the biggest surprise of all the names so far because obviously he started and played some games last year when there were some injury issues over some other guys. Tells you that either, A, they feel really good about Sidney Brown and Andrew Makuba, or B, they feel like they need an upgrade in that safety room.
Or C, they felt it was safer to release McCollum the day after the initial cuts to push him through waivers a little easier. Because remember, they can, if he passes through waivers, bring him back on the practice squad later this week.
So the practice squad, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 14 guys there on the practice squad.
You can actually put a couple more on
Right.
there.
I was going to say, you can have a couple
17.
more. And the two names out there that stick out, obviously, Kyle McCord, they brought him back. Terrace Marshall, he was a guy that we talked about with with Adam yesterday during Football at 4, which was, is he the kind of guy like Paris Campbell, kind of that veteran that just kind of hangs around, and then if somebody ends up getting hurt, he's there. Patrick Johnson was a guy. He had a pretty good camp. They need edge rushers. I would imagine if they can't get a trade, because Howie Roseman yesterday, he did say, we're not done yet. That was one of the things that he said yesterday was, we're not done yet. And if he can find a way to make a trade, that would be one of the areas that they probably would look to upgrade. So those are the Eagles roster moves today. Willie Lampkin, by the way, was claimed off of waivers, and he's an offensive guard, a kind of an interior lineman. And he can play center.
So he's actually projected as a center, Mike, because he's only about 5'11". He's the kind of physical build that a guy like Stoutland likes, these athletic freaks. He was undefeated high school wrestler his senior year of high school. He played at Coastal Carolina and North Carolina, and he's got that kind of like mean streak as a center. So he might be the eventual backup center if they are not happy with Kendall's progress.
All right, coming up, a key Eagle was back on the practice field today. Actually, a couple of them. We got the latest. John McMullen at Eagles practice at the NovaCare Complex joins us on the other side with an update on the Birds, plus football at 4. And Scott Grayson grades the Eagles roster tonight at 5:30 right here on the Sports Pass live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the X platform and YouTube.
where we're saying, all right, well, it's 1 through 70, and we got to really make sure 1 through 48 are ready for the games. But we have a couple of spots where we can make sure we're developing guys and we're not losing them to claim. It's really part of the strategy that we're trying to do here, and not try to hurt the team in the short term, but also understand if these guys can help us down the road and save us a really high draft pick, man, that's incredible values.
Howie Roseman on Tuesday talks about the view of the roster. It's a 70-man roster. They added to it today, not 53. The initial 53 set yesterday, and they've already started to tweak and turn and move it. Plus, who was back on the practice field today? Let's go to the practice field at the NovaCare Complex. John McMullen, Birds 365, and, of course, Sports Illustrated joins us now on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN as he has the latest on the Birds as they get ready for the Dallas Cowboys. We got a game to talk about this week, but first the roster stuff, John, as obviously some moves today. They got the practice squad put together. Tristan McCullum also was released today along with Trevor Keegan. They were waived today, I should say. So Keegan and McCollum both waived today, and then the practice squad. Were you surprised a little bit that McCollum ended up having to turn in the playbook?
A little bit. Not surprised that they made some moves, but not surprised with Trevor Keegan. I thought he might be one of the first to go. A little bit of surprise with Tristan. They claimed a center from the Rams, an undersized center, 5'11", 280 pounds. So that's going to be interesting. And I apologize, it's kind of windy here at the NovaCare Complex if that's coming through. But nothing I can do about it. Willie Lampkin, and then obviously Charlie Hewlett, which is interesting. My guess, and it's just a guess because you really gain nothing by cutting Charlie Hewlett for one day. If you put him back on the practice squad, you sort of have that 3-week window to sort of manipulate a younger player. My guess there is that there was an outside offer to Charlie Hewlett, and the Eagles had to move quickly to get him back on the 53. So that's my guess there. And maybe weren't quite prepared. But I also, people should know that 29 players across the league were claimed today. That's it. 29. None from the Eagles. So pretty good chance Trevor Keegan, Tristan McCullum are going to be clearing waivers by tomorrow and can get back to the practice squad. You can't say 100%, but pretty good chance.
All right, so the moves today, you bring back on the practice squad. There's some, Patrick Johnson was a guy who had a good camp there. Kyle McCord, the quarterback. Perry Nickerson, a veteran. Also Terrace Marshall, a veteran there. You had E.J. Jenkins, the tight end. Kenyon Green, who they traded for. I guess they wanted to take a longer look at him. Antoine Powell-Ryland, who was a draft pick. Eli Ricks, guy who's played a lot here since being an undrafted rookie free agent that made the team. Andre Sam. And as we talked about, they did waive Tristan McCollum. So if you're looking at the practice squad and some of the things that have happened, Howie Roseman said yesterday, we're not done. Any clues to what they could be looking for?
Well, he was talking about manipulation of the roster. So, again, it's not splashy, but they did make 2 moves today that they had to make or felt they had to make. So as far as the splash of adding somebody from outside the organization, there were a couple trades made today around the NFL, and that's sort of that back and forth of teams looking for more compensation, and they take it down to the wire and say, all right, if you're not giving us what we want, we're going to keep that player on the 53. Tim Patrick went to Jacksonville. Adam Thielen went back to Minnesota. So you play that game of chicken, maybe you get a little bit more back for those particular players. There's still a little bit of time, but it looks like, how he also mentioned we're not done, but we have to see what we have in September. So I think the edge rushing room is what it is, and they're going to see what they have, and they're probably going to make a move during the season before the trade deadline. But it's looking pretty grim to add something to that room right now.
All right, we'll talk more about that in a moment with John McMullen, Birds 365, and, of course, Sports Illustrated. Back at practice today. Any notables returning to the practice field today, John?
Yeah, AJ's back, so all that panic should end. Devontae's obviously out there, and Landon Dickerson was out there working with the first team already. So very strong indication that he's going to be ready for September 4th after the meniscus trim. So, to me, AJ and Landon Dickerson, not that there was any doubt that AJ was going to play, but a lot of fans seemed to be worried about it. Landon, there was more uncertainty, so that's a positive sign. Connor McKee was out there, but he was just taking sort of reps without the football, dealing with his thumb. So Sam Howell was taking the second-team reps, so it's pretty clear that he's going to be the backup quarterback against the Cowboys.
Yeah, obviously there was, some pictures of McKee with that splint on his thumb. Some speculation he might not be ready. Sam Howell looks like he could be stepping in there for the backup. But the news you just kind of gave it, Landon Dickerson back at practice, and it assumes now that it looks like he's going to be good to go already for Thursday night next week. I mean, still a week away.
Yeah, but, I mean, if they were trying to take it up, they'd take it up to the last moment. They didn't even do any of that subterfuge. He was out there taking the first team reps next to, not reps, but individual drills next to Jordan Mailata. Obviously, we get kicked out at this time of year before team drills. But, yeah, you can get, of all the positions, through individual drills, you can get the best case of what's going on with the offensive line because of how Stoutland runs it. So, yeah, he was working with the first team next to Jordan Mailata on combo blocking drills. So, he's on track to play week one.
That's pretty amazing that he's already back there practicing with the first team. A.J. Brown, you mentioned out there as well. What do you think about that wide receiver room and how it might be different this year? Not in terms of, personnel, but maybe what they do because of the personnel they have.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are focused on taking carries away, taking touches away from Saquon Barkley to, whether it's to put him on a pitch count, to make his, long-term future extended. I don't think the Eagles are thinking that way. I think they're going to take advantage of Saquon Barkley to the fullest extent as long as they have him. As far as more passing, less running, that's got more to do with the personality of individual games. So I think there's this mentality because of what happened in the Super Bowl that everybody's going to copy what Kansas City did and sell out to stop Saquon Barkley. Two things about that. One, it wasn't successful at all.
I thought they put up a 40-burger.
Yeah. Number two, I think still people in this league say, all right, if you want to run the football, go ahead and run the football because they're more concerned with the passing game. I still think more teams will lean in that direction. And if they do, the Eagles are going to take advantage of it with Saquon, and they're not going to limit touches.
Yeah. All right, John, I want to get into some of the, things that are around the edges here, around the margins as we take a look at your buddy Ed Kratz over at Sports Illustrated put out an interesting trade proposal that we discussed yesterday. You and I talked about it this morning on Birds 365, but I wanted to further it with our audience today. He brought up a guy in Taijuan Walker. Would you think that Roseman would make a trade of that magnitude at this stage of the offseason still? And the trade proposal that Kratz put out there was a first-round pick along with a third-round pick and Kaylee Ringo. The first-round pick is obviously where the conversation is kind of eye-opening, but that would be a move that would say we're not happy enough with Jalix Hunt, correct?
Well, I don't think it's as much as not happy with Jalix Hunt as much as they don't have enough at that room as a whole. I think they do have confidence in Jalix Hunt, although if somebody of that sort of cachet and prestige comes in, he immediately becomes the number one guy. And I think ultimately everything falls into place. Nolan Smith then becomes your number two compliment, and then Jalix Hunt, I think, at this stage of his career is best suited for that third rotational role. And then I think you're really cooking with gas, so to speak. But, there's a lot of hurdles. But if it got to that point, and it might get to that point during the season. Like one of the issues I have with that potential trade is, why does Jacksonville want to trade him? I mean, I think most people don't look at the other side. They already picked up his fifth-year option. He's had double-digit sacks. Now, he hasn't, for 2 consecutive years, he hasn't lived up to the billing as the number 1 overall pick, especially because number 2 that year was Aiden Hutchinson. But he's a really good player. And why would Jacksonville want to get rid of him?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they continue to have a poor sort of season, and as they've had in the past, and they're a bad team, maybe by the trade deadline they say, all right, we just got to rebuild. We got to get more draft capital, potential first-round pick. But I don't think you'd have to give up all that, a 1, a 3, and Kelee Ringo. Not that the Eagles would be adverse to giving up Kelee Ringo, but I think a number 1 would get it done. And if you're the Eagles, I would seriously consider that, because it's going to be, worst case scenario, 25 maybe to 32. So what are the odds you're going to get a player of that caliber that late in the first round? I would say not that good.
Right.
And he's still 24 years old. Yeah, I'd do it in a second. I think Howie would do it in a second. But why would Jacksonville do it?
Right, so your contention on this is more that Jacksonville really is not motivated to move the player is Taijuan Walker, who was the number 1 overall pick in the draft, by the way. And the interesting part about him is he's only 24 years old. He's actually the same age as Jalix Hunt, even though he's been in the league for 3 seasons.
Exactly. And he's got the Georgia pedigree and all the Georgia stuff and all the SEC stuff and all the Georgia players here. Yeah, I think he'd be a perfect fit for what the Eagles need. But, yeah, I don't see the fit from the other side right now. If they continue to play poorly and are going through another bad season, maybe that changes by the trade deadline.
Right, so that's the guy to keep an eye on. Jalen Phillips was the other name mentioned. So do you think it's somebody of that level that Howie would be looking at right now, or is he, is that somebody you wait for and closer to the trade deadline? I know we don't talk about the trade deadline a lot in football, but it's something new now.
Yeah, because I think there's more young GMs, and I think you've seen it across the league. There's a lot of trades now it's more like basketball and baseball, at least closer than it used to be. And I think a lot of the newer age GMs are willing to move parts more frequently. So I do think it's a bigger deal these days. And Jalen Phillips is a heck of a player, too. The only question with him is injuries. The last 2 years, I think he's played 12 games. So, I mean, one, you got to figure out how healthy is he. But if he gets back to what he was when he was healthy, and obviously Vic Fangio's had him in the past, I think that's a player that could help him. But, again, the same types of hurdles. Now, Miami does not look good on paper. Mike McDaniel looks like a dead man walking as a coach. So they could be another team looking to sell during the season. And then that's when I think it heats up with a player like that. If he proves he's healthy, even more so, that would be an indication that the Eagles might have to make that move.
John, there is a report that Ainias Smith is going to go to the Carolina practice squad. Why did that not work out? Because I asked that question. He obviously was a draft pick here. Not to mention he returns punts, and I know that Nick was being coy about the punt returning situation, but they don't really have – well, they have guys who have returned punts on this team, but were you surprised that Ainias did not make it, and now he looks like he's going to Carolina?
No, I shipped it late. I mean, they were giving him every opportunity. I think if he returned, the first 4 or 5 punts in the Jets game. He had 2 drops in that game. That was when I shipped it to Darius Cooper making the roster. He didn't perform at the level where he needed to make this football team. And as far as the practice squad, I think that's a two-way street as well, which I think people don't realize. He probably felt he needed a change of scenery. I think he needed a change of scenery, and hopefully he can get things on track in Carolina. The punt return stuff I don't get at all. I don't get the Eagles have one of the best 5 punt returners in football, and everybody doesn't want them to return punts, which I think is a very new school mentality. You look at Hall of Famers like Deion Sanders. He did it, and he was just fine. Even in Philadelphia, Brian Westbrook did it for a number of years. Sean Jackson did it. Like, this is a very new school mentality of, oh, he can't return punts. And if there's data out there that tells me the punt return is more dangerous than any other NFL play, I've never seen it.
Right.
So I just don't get this mentality.
So Cooper will be returning to punts right now, or do you think they have something else up their sleeve?
Well, it's either going to be Cooper or Jahan Dotson, who's been doing it in practice a lot. And I do know Vic Fangio, that's real. He doesn't want Cooper returning punts for obvious reasons, but he's being a bit selfish, to be honest. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Right.
And certainly in high leverage moments, if you need a big punt return late, I'm putting my best punt returner out there.
Well,
and that might even be Devontae Smith in that situation.
The Eagles have done that too, like in the past with Deshaun Jackson. They picked their spots to put him back there. They didn't use him all the time. They kind of picked their spots with him. But I agree with you. But I do know the mentality of these teams. I mean, listen to Nick yesterday. He didn't even want to give a clue to who it might be.
And I'm not claiming that mentality doesn't exist, because it does. I just don't think there's any evidence that says that punt returning, and by the way, if anything, it's gone the opposite direction. Other than you're playing more plays, and the more plays you play, yes, you're more susceptible to something happening. But if you look at it from a number standpoint, actual punt returns are down from the standpoint of how many your main punt returner will have to do during the season, because the punters have gotten so good. So there's less punts that are returnable because of how much the punters have progressed. This is one of those things where I just shake my head and I say, this has become groupthink. There's no evidence that this play is more dangerous than any other play. Every play is dangerous in football. You can get hurt, don't get me wrong, but there's no real evidence that says you can get hurt more on this play than him playing safety.
That's for sure.
Or cornerback on defense.
It's almost though it's like it's more acceptable if you get hurt playing defense than, God forbid, you got hurt returning a punt when you are so important on the defense, right? That's the mindset.
Yeah, it is the mindset, and I think that's a scared mindset. And hey, you're trying to win football games. Why not put your best punt returner out there and put your best slot corner out there as much as you possibly can?
What's the term? Scared money don't make money?
Scared money don't make money, yeah.
All right, John. Opening night, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens. Is Adoree Jackson lined up across one of them? Is that the guy that's going to get that spot on Thursday night?
Well, yeah, I mean, the Cowboys move CeeDee Lamb around a lot, so they're going to be able to manipulate. He plays from the slot as well a lot, so Cooper will see a lot of him as well. But they'll manipulate it to get their matchups. And George Pickens is a very dangerous player, but he also is a very inconsistent player. So, he might beat Adoree Jackson, but drop the football. But he's going to beat him. So, Vic's got to – and the Eagles will play a lot of zone, and, hopefully the pass rush can get home, interior pass rush on Dak Prescott. But, yeah, they're going to have some problems at that other cornerback spot. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They don't have Darius Slay, and it's going to be more difficult.
All right. Well, next week at this point we'll be 1 day away. We're 8 days away right now. John McMullen, Birds 365, and, of course, Sports Illustrated, and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Eagles, Cowboys, 8 days away. We're all over it on the Sports Bash. Thanks, John.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, John, of course, all season long here on the Sports Bash, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays with John McMullen, 3 o'clock. Set it in. Don't forget it, as he will join us with his insight on the Eagles today. From the NovaCare Complex, the news he brings us is Landon Dickerson with the first team today, back on the field, practicing with the first team. So that is probably the biggest news of everything, right? Forget everything else we've talked about. The biggest news of everything is that Landon Dickerson is back on the field and he is ready, it looks like anyway, to play. And that is, he might be, I know Lane Johnson's importance and the record, but the drop-off to the next guy, losing Landon Dickerson, he might be the most important guy you got.
And I think what's interesting about the Landon Dickerson stuff is that he did not have – he had a minimally invasive procedure on that meniscus. And Damian Woody, you weren't here at the time, Mike, but, Damian Woody, we played the audio from him where he talked about on NFL Live, on SportsCenter. He said, I had the same procedure. He said that Landon Dickerson did. He said, and I had it at an older age than Landon Dickerson did. He says, I was back basically only missed an entire week. I was back 2 weeks later. So, he was saying, look, it's very possible that Dickerson could come back. So we all kind of were wondering, like, what is Dickerson's timetable? And when we saw him walk on the field with that knee sleeve, right, a couple days after the surgery with beers in hand for all the offensive linemen, we were all starting to wonder, that doesn't look like a normal knee brace. That looks like like a compression sleeve on his knee. And now we are confirmed that Dickerson, his recovery and his surgery was, maybe, it was best case scenario, we'll call it.
Yeah, and by the way, on the punt return thing, Phil from Brigantine says the Eagles won the Super Bowl without Cooper returning punts. He did return punts last year. If you remember, Britton Covey got hurt.
Correct.
And by the end of the year, Cooper did return punts for the Eagles.
Against Fangio's wishes, as you and John McMullen talked about. Fangio does not want him returning kick or punts. But DeJean was kind of thrust into that role.
Yeah.
So, maybe part of the reason why Sirianni was being coy wasn't just because of, I'm going Dallas to know. No, maybe it's because he doesn't want his defensive coordinator to know what they're going to do.
Unless he meant to say they won the Super Bowl with Cooper returning punts.
Maybe.
But it says without. Maybe it was just one of those autocorrects.
Or maybe he meant without because they didn't need him in those punt and kick returns that changed the game, right?
That's definitely, but that's definitely one thing to keep an eye on. I just thought, and John, Phil and Brigantine, I agree. I think John is saying, I don't know why they're so coy about it. I don't know why Nick has to be so coy about the whole thing.
Really quick, for those who didn't hear, this is what Sirianni said yesterday. For those who get to hear the press conference with you here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, because when Sirianni said this, Mike, you and I both eye-rolled hard when we heard this.
We don't have to make any public announcements. I don't think that, giving any of that information right now to the Cowboys would be in our best benefit. So, but, Coop obviously did it at a high level last year. And, Jahan's done it at a high level, in college. And they've both been working hard to, be experts at their craft on that. Feel really good about that. And, we'll see who we roll out there week one.
Yeah, we'll see who we roll out there week one. They could kind of rotate it and have Dotson do it for most of the game. And then if it's a big, like the Eagles used to do with Deshaun Jackson, bigger moments of the game, they put Jackson back out there. We'll see. Hopefully.
It is silly, though.
Yeah, and Sirianni is the king of that, right? Being silly and playing these things so close to the vest. And for what reason? Really, the Cowboys really care who your punt returner is? All right, Sports Bash Live this hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning. Your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadleys.net. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We're live. Couple of ways to get us. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You can watch the show live video on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the like button. Share. And be a part of the show in a variety of ways on the text board, 609-403-0973 in the comments section on YouTube and on the X platform. No Phillies lineup just yet. At least I haven't seen it. Not quite. As they play those later games up in New York. Maybe that's why they've been struggling up there. Those games are a little late. Getting over a little late than I would like. When the lineup's out, we got it for you here on the Sports Bash, plus the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Coming up at 3:45, got the Nuggets in the 4:30 spot. As always, more Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your trusted source for heating, cooling, plumbing service installation for generations. 609-390-3907. Online, broadlees.net. Someone on the text board asked about Mechie returning punts. I don't think he's done it at the pro level. I don't know that he's done it at the college level either, but I do not think he has returned any punts at the pro level. Now, remember, he missed a whole year because he had leukemia, but I do not think he has returned any punts. So if you were wondering about John Mechie returning punts, I do not think he has returned any punts. That's my guess. I don't know that 100%.
He literally returned one kickoff his entire college career.
A kickoff, not a
one
punt.
Kickoff, not a punt, just one kickoff. I just pulled up his 3 years at Alabama.
Yeah, I know that people are like kind of looking around. Devontae Smith has done it. Cooper DeJean has done it. Jahan Dotson has done it. Those guys have all done it. I don't know that those guys. No, Dotson, you don't mind if he does it.
Yeah, it's just the question is that and this is where kind of like we're kind of in this weird in between period. Is he the best option to do it, or are the Eagles still kind of like letting the dust settle from all these roster cuts and waivers and moves?
Well, how many people out there, like this text message asked if Mechie does it, says he'd rather have the fourth receiver do it than a starter. So how many people are on the side of kind of the Eagles where they say, no, don't put one of your starting defensive players or key wide. I don't know if Dotson, would you say key? Like if Dotson ended up getting hurt because he returned a punt, is your whole offense going to fall apart?
No, not at all.
No. By the way, that was a little biggie on the way back there. I had a beer this weekend. The beer was called Piggy Smalls.
Oh, that's fun.
And that was a pig with the picture of Biggie with the crown on his head.
Yep.
It had the pig with the crown on his head.
Oh, that's funny.
And the beer was called Piggy Smalls.
Where was that at?
A place called Frankfurt Hall up in Philly.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah. 609-403-0973. Matt in Sicklerville says, I remember we went into a season without a punt returner. It cost us games early. I think Reed was coaching. I do remember that. One year they went into the season with no punt returner, and I forget who actually returned the punts. But I do remember that. It was. I'm pretty sure he's right during the Reed era. I don't remember who was the guy who did return the punts, but they went into the season with essentially no punt returner. Did they go back and bring like Reno Mahe back because they had no punt returner at the time? You're going back that far. But I think he might be right about that. He's definitely right about the fact that the Eagles went into 1 year with no punt returner. I do remember that, and it was a mess. I don't remember who ended up returning the punts for them, though, but I think they went back and brought, I want to say Mahe back, but now you're going back. I mean, this is 2012 maybe, 2011, somewhere around there.
2007.
Even further.
Yeah, so I'm pulling up the log, but according to this one article, they started the year with Greg Lewis as the kick and punt returner.
Didn't go well.
No. According to Pro Football Reference, the Eagles ended up, by the end of the year, having 8 different guys returning kicks and punts.
Huh. Well, that would not bode well.
Would you like to name this mishmash of names? You already named one, Reno Mahe, so that's on the list. They did bring, you're correct, they brought Mahe back. But the other names are kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, Greg Lewis. No, I don't want to guess.
You had Corell Buckholder, Hank Baskett. Remember Nick Graham?
Nope.
J.R. Reed?
The safety.
Yes. Also,
South Florida, J.R. Reed? Yeah.
Monty Rager.
Monty Rager, wasn't he a defensive tackle?
Yes. He is registered as returning a kick return in a game.
Well, he must have. A kick return different than a punt return.
Well, it's listing kick and punt returns.
Okay, so Rager would be a guy who got a fumble, an onside kick or something.
And then you also had Brian Westbrook.
Yeah. See, that's where you need to decipher that he didn't actually return the kick.
again, Pro Football Reference is listing.
I understand what they're
returns in
listing. My
one
point
list.
is that Rigger obviously did not return a kick. He recovered something. Did he have any yardage on that kick?
14.
return? Yeah, he picked it up and just started chugging along.
Yeah, 14
So
yards.
they kicked it right to him. He picked it up and went. Either that or he picked up a fumble from somebody
He
else.
could have picked up a fumble.
That's
from
probably
Greg
better
Lewis.
than Jalen Rager ever did.
It is probably more than Jalen Rager.
Well, the Rager got cut again, didn't he?
Yes.
Mike, unless we get Covey back, save DeJean for when the game was on the line. Yeah, Covey got cut yesterday. I did not see – the Rams did not bring him back. So
And he was not waiver claimed by anybody. He was not on the waiver claim list.
So he would be a possibility.
He would be a possibility, but that's why I said maybe the Eagles are waiting for more of the dust to settle.
Yeah, but I would say, like, if you go to the list of guys that got released today or that got signed today,
yeah, today's list.
the roster moves. Nope, none of those guys either. I was going to say, is there anybody on the practice squad that has returned punt? No, listen, they'll figure it out. And if they have to, it'll be Cooper DeJean. I mean, or Dotson. I'm okay with those guys. I'm not saying that you have to get an upgrade over those guys. Those guys are both, especially Cooper is very good at the job.
Dotson just makes the most sense because he's, for lack of a better term, the most disposable if something happened.
Well, that's the big thing. It's people can come to terms with if you got hurt because you were playing corner. But if you were returning a punt, people get all bent out of shape.
And that's why Fangio...
Like, how dare you get hurt doing something different than your full-time job?
Right, and that's why Fangio doesn't like it, because Fangio wants his guy on the field and not doing anything else.
Yes, he doesn't want to take the risk of that. But I think you have to put your best guy out there if he's available to you, right? Especially in this situation where the Eagles – now, listen, we're talking about the punt returner. Although that guy's point is valid, the Eagles went into a season with no punt returner, and that did not go very well. And this is a team that, quite frankly, you can't go skimpy around the edges here.
Now, look, there is a scenario where, maybe in a couple days they'll sign Britton Covey to the practice squad. They can release someone like Elijah Cooks from the practice squad. And remember, you get 3 call-ups. So you could tell Britton Covey, like, look, we'd like you to come back. We're going to put you in a little bit of audition with this role. After 3 games, if you do well, we'll bump you up to the 53-man roster.
Yeah, that was what I was looking on the practice squad for, to see if there was any guys who had returned punts there, but no such luck. The big story today, though, is that the Eagles back on the practice field for the first time since they trimmed their roster down to 53. And the bigger story is, forget that they're back at practice, is that Landon Dickerson and A.J. Brown were both back at practice today.
Which is a huge deal because, one, you mentioned how Dickerson might be the second most important O-lineman on this team because of how physical and athletic he is.
Mm-hmm.
And then A.J. Brown, remember how the offense sputtered without him last year.
The Mets put their lineup out.
Of course they did.
Lindor.
This is why they're losing these games, Mike, because the Mets keep beating them to the lineup release.
Yeah, Lindor, Soto, Alonso, Nimmo, Vientos, McNeil, Marte, Beatty, and Senger is catching tonight for Torrens. So Marte, by the way, who's been hitting third, they moved him down. He's DHing into the 7th spot tonight, and he had the big hit to start the inning against
Luzardo.
Against
Duran
last night. Yeah. So Mets going with Lindor, Soto, Alonso, Nimmo in the 4-hole, Vientos. Vientos, the Phillies are allowing this guy to heat up. He was a guy that they were looking to replace. And now he's starting to heat up to the fact that they're hitting him, in the 5 spot. McNeil, Marte, Beatty, and Senger. That's the Mets lineup tonight. Nolan McLean is your starting pitching tonight for the Mets, and he is one of their top pitching prospects. The Mets, I saw this. ESPN.com put out the best farm systems in baseball. They have the Mets with the number 1 farm system in all of baseball.
Really?
Yep. And the Phillies were, I think, 22nd.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Well, they traded 2 top
Prospects.
100 players to get Duran, so that took 2. They're the only team to do that traded a top 100 player. And by the way,
there was another
Abel.
one. The Padres did it. Padres were the other one.
That's right. They traded the shortstop to Sacramento or Oakland or
wherever it is.
Mick Abel did get called up and did not pitch well the other day for whatever that's worth. I'm not wishing bad upon Mick Abel, but I think it's an example of the fact that Mick Abel was probably going to be a pretty inconsistent guy that he was worth kind of moving on from. Now, Taijuan, we don't know. We'll see. But keeping an eye on the Phillies. All right,
Yes.
when the Phillies lineup drops, I would imagine should be. I mean, what are they waiting so long for?
I'm telling you, that's why the Mets keep beating them. The Mets are decisive. The Mets are saying, we know what we're doing.
Well,
and the Phillies are hemming and hawing.
I will tell you, I would likely think that all of this deciding between the platoon players and who plays and who doesn't. Because tonight, you got a right-handed pitcher. So that means either Bader plays after going 3 for 4 with a home run last night, or Castellanos plays after going 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts last night. Now, the whole psyche comes into play here. We're going to bench Castellanos again? Right? Like, that all comes into play, whether you think so or not out there. That comes into play is, hey, he got benched the other day when we did this. He was the odd man out.
By the way, a really quick Eagles note. Jordan Schultz is reporting the Eagles have signed another player to their practice squad. Remember, they had 3 spots open. They are signing running back Audric Estime.
The Notre Dame.
Yes. He was waived by the Broncos. He got all the way through waivers. And now the Eagles were basically the one to, basically, if they would have claimed him, for those who don't know, the Eagles were the bottom of the claim list.
Mm-hmm.
So the Eagles apparently prioritized the offensive lineman from the Rams, Lampkin, over Estime. But when they saw Estime made it through waivers, now they've picked him up. So now there's only 2 practice squad spots left.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, watch the show on the X platform, YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show. Hit that subscribe button so you know when we go live. Watch on the X platform. Hit the repost button. Umpire tonight is C.B. Buckner, by the way. You know, Willie Traynor was the umpire. He was a minor league call-up, by the way. And Lazardo let him know, this ain't the minor leagues. It's funny. They know exactly. That guy behind the plate, yeah, he don't belong here.
Right.
And he was overmatched last night.
I just don't understand why baseball doesn't understand the situations like last night's game is why you either need to have more accountability for umpires or you just need to tell the umpire union to go take a long walk on a short pier and just accept the ABS system.
I like it. More Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, Drew Brees on Jalen Hurts. What did he say? That's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Next on the Sports Bash.
he obviously has great athletic ability and ability to push the ball down the field. But I think what's impressed me most is just his ability to manage the game. Yes, he's got some great players around him. He's got some great guys to throw to. But it still takes you, knowing where your eyes are supposed to be, knowing how your feet line up with how you're throwing, the type of impact you can have in the run game, which obviously he creates some real problems for defenses. He's surrounded by so many stars that I think it's easy to maybe overlook his contributions, but he's the one who brings it all together.
Drew Brees is our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. You heard him this morning on Unsportsmanlike, weekday morning 6 to 10 on 97.3 ESPN. Drew Brees is no dummy. He knows who the straw who stirs the Eagles' drink is, and he says, on the disrespect that Hurts faces, some people just don't seem to understand, right? He makes everything go. Yes, he has talented players around him, but you got to deliver those talented players the ball. That's number one. Number two, Saquon Barkley played with a quarterback who was pretty average. I get it. The Eagles' offensive line is a big factor there. But we don't think Jalen Hurts had any factor in the run game producing a 2,000-yard rusher with the threat that he possesses. Listen, I'm not into these these Jalen Hurts lists. I don't need to get bent out of shape because someone didn't put Jalen Hurts high enough on their list. I get it. We are a numbers society. Everything's got to be on the numbers, right? We all work at a job that if the budget, what a scary word, budget. Can't go over budget. Got to make budget. Numbers, numbers, numbers. I've been watching a lot of stuff with the guy who's the owner of the Savannah Bananas. He's doing pretty well for himself. You know what he does with the word budget? Laughs at it. Somebody told me one time, if you have to live your life by the budget and the numbers, you will never succeed. You will always constantly be chasing something that you'll never be able to obtain and feel good about. That's Jalen Hurts. He's the budget. He's the number that you want, and once you get to him, the greedy people say, more, not good enough. Well, that was the budget you gave me before. Why not? That's Jalen Hurts winning the Super Bowl. He hit his budget. And now you're saying, well, that's not good enough. I'm going to raise the budget. I'm going to make it higher for you. And Drew Brees basically saying, listen, you keep setting these budgets and living by them, you're never going to make it. That's Jalen Hurts. That's the best way I can kind of break it down. Because no one will ever appreciate Hurts. I don't know what more he needs to do to finally win people over. But as I said, I'm not going to get bent out of shape about these stupid lists. I don't care who put him at number 19 or number 10 or number 5 or top 100 this or 25 there. To me, he will be Super Bowl winning quarterback Jalen Hurts, whether you like it or not. Now pay his bonus. You want to raise the budget on him? Well, that's up to you. But he already hit his budget. He got that number. He obtained what people said he could not. And that's essentially my breakdown of what I heard from Drew Brees right there.
At the end of the day, there are people who, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you could hand them a bag of money, they tell you it's too heavy, Mike, right? It's the idea that if someone has a predisposed opinion of you, no matter what you say or do, you are that. And that's the problem with Hurts. Hurts has been typecast and stereotyped into a certain category by a group of people, and Jalen Hurts could come out with a cure for cancer, and people would be like, well, he still stinks.
Well, again, it goes back to you set the bar. You can't win a quarterback with that style of quarterback. That was what we heard before. Right. Well, then he wins a Super Bowl, or he gets them to a Super Bowl. See, you can get there, but you can't win it. Well, then he tells those people to go pound sand. Well, because the numbers aren't as what I thought. Even though you won the Super Bowl, you didn't do it with the numbers I thought you are supposed to get for a guy who wins a Super Bowl. Well, now you just keep raising the budget on me. You know why? Because you're cheap.
Or you're stupid.
You're greedy and cheap. You keep raising budgets. You're greedy. You keep moving the goalposts for the guy. because you don't want to admit that, you know what, I didn't think this guy could do it, and now I got to say I'm wrong. People just don't want to do that. That can't ever happen, right? Can't just say I was wrong about Jalen Hurts. Look, Jalen Hurts to me, I don't care if you want to put him number 10, number 20, number 30 on your quarterback list. In the end, you put him in those slots, you continue to look like the dummy that you are. When we come back, football at 4. Don't go away. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We'll be there on Monday. Actually, we won't be there this Monday. We're there every Monday, but we will not be there on Labor Day. We'll have the Phillies and the Brewers. By the way, Brewers closer Trevor McGill just put on the injured list with a pretty serious injury there. I don't know if I say serious, but I don't know that he'll pitch anytime soon for the rest of the season. We'll have that when we get the Phillies lineup. It has not come out yet, but Geoff Mosher from InsideTheBirds.com, the Inside the Birds podcast, and Philly Voice is here as the Eagles are back on the practice field for the first time since all of the moves have been made, Geoff. And obviously the big news at practice today, Landon Dickerson back on the field and practicing with the first team. It looks like those questions will be answered about Thursday night.
Yeah, and A.J. Brown too, Mike. I know there were a lot of people who were concerned about A.J. Brown's delayed or prolonged absence with the hamstring. So good news there. Obviously, the Eagles made some really interesting moves for their 53-man roster and then made, as they always do, that's why we call it the initial 53-man. They made some other moves today. But, yeah, very good to see that Landon Dickerson is out there, A.J. Brown's out there, pretty much full strength as they're heading into their season opener.
Yeah, let's look at some of the roster decisions that they made and what it might mean. You know, Howie did say not done, always going to continue to look. But he said we're not done here. We're not done now. Do you think that means some of the little things that he's done today, or is there something still bigger that you think Howie's still looking at?
Well, you know what? I think one of the things we spoke about the other day was that they would look for some interior offensive line help, specifically guard center, and they did get that in Lampkin. Not that he's played, he doesn't have NFL experience, but he's someone that they can develop there. Edge depth is still, to me, an area that they'll look at, but that might be something that they have to look at after they see what they've got, unless something becomes available in the next 24 to 48 hours that they just can't say no to. But that's a position where teams aren't trying to give away good players at that position.
Yeah, and we know that, yesterday I thought was one of the more interesting parts of the press conference where Nick was asked about punt returner. They do not have a traditional punt returner on the roster. They do have guys who do return punts. Cooper DeJean. Give me your thoughts on that and, whether the Eagles are reluctant to use Cooper or Dotson in that role. Or, obviously, Devontae Smith has done it.
Yeah, we can't speak of the Eagles as a monolith here. Vic Fangio is reluctant or adamant, I should say, about not wanting Cooper DeJean to return punts for obvious injury reasons, but that may be the case anyway. Jahan Dotson has been doing a lot of punt returning in camp, so he might be the first person to get that opportunity as well. And we'll see if anybody else kind of emerges. They wound up releasing Avery Williams. He was someone who, when he came here, we thought would handle those responsibilities, but it just never materialized at all for him, despite all that enthusiasm that Nick Sirianni had for him at the owners' meetings.
All right, let's look at some of the things that they did do here. Let's start with, now today, Charlie Hughlett, the long snapper, he got released. They put him back on the practice squad today. So I guess that means that they felt that somebody was going to sign him? Is that what because it doesn't make a lot of sense to do what they did, right?
Well, no, they didn't think anybody was going to sign him. That's why it enabled them to keep a guy for an extra day as they sorted out, and they themselves saw who was going to be available on the waiver wire, right? And then so they saw that a guy like Lampkin was available. They were able to then waive Trevor Keegan a day late after all the cuts, which helps them to try to get him back onto their practice squad. He was a 5th-round pick from the year before. Yeah. And then obviously bringing in Hewlett, they had to make a corresponding move, and they waive Tristan McCullum. And again, could he get claimed between now and next and noon tomorrow? Yeah, it could. But a lot of teams are already finalizing their practice squads by now and their 53s. And I don't think McCullum's the kind of player that team might change their mind about, but you never know.
Well, I was going to say, he was a guy, a little surprising, to see, hey, why McCullum? He was a guy that played last year when there were some injury issues ahead of Sidney Brown. Now, we know they didn't think Sidney was really ready last year, but I guess that says that maybe McCullum is definitively the third guy in the race there, maybe even deeper at that safety spot.
Well, I wrote this column yesterday, Mike, for Philly Voice that I would encourage people to check out because I try to get perspective on one of the unique things the Eagles do from a roster perspective to try to win Super Bowls, but also have a lot of future talent, down the road talent, so that a guy like Gabe Hall or a guy like Jordan Mailata, right, who's not ready year one, but could be ready by year 2, 3, or 4, you want to keep those guys. So the Eagles have 11 offensive linemen. 11, right? You only start 5 and you get 3 backups active on game day. So they're carrying 3 offensive linemen who will probably never see the field. Cameron Williams being one. Lampkin may never see the field this year. Hinton is on PUP. So when he's ready, when he's healthy, he's on IR, I think. When he's healthy, he'll be on. They'll make a move. My point is, you got to go light at other areas to go heavy like that in one. So they have, with Cooper DeJean's ability to play safety, they have a 4th safety. His name is Cooper DeJean, right? Mm-hmm. Because he becomes that guy next to Reed Blankenship and Makuba and, of course, and Sidney Brown. And by the way, Makuba is not practicing today, so that just shows you how thin they are at safety, but you have that versatility to be able to use Cooper DeJean there. So it gives you the ability to keep the 11 linemen, go a little thinner at safety because you've cross-trained a guy at nickel and safety.
Kylen Granson's the guy who made it as the 3rd tight end there, but does he profile as the 3rd guy that fits what this team needs?
I don't really know what they're doing there, to be honest with you. I feel like his skill set is redundant. He's a pass catching. He's an H-back type of tight end. Can move him around. I mean, he's a good weapon. Can stretch the field from that position, but they also have Dallas Goedert and Grant Calcaterra who can do that. Honestly, I think one of the reasons EJ Jenkins was brought back to the practice squad is because he can be elevated and be a blocking tight end. He's better at that than Calcaterra and Granson is, and this team likes to play a lot of 12 personnel.
Right.
So it wouldn't surprise me if he is one of the first guys elevated throughout these first few weeks as they figure out their 53 ongoing. I don't know where the room outside of special teams. I don't know where you're going to see Kylen Granson contribute offensively.
All right, on the offensive side of the ball, and obviously Darius Cooper made the team, Terrace Marshall on the practice squad, but they went with 5 wide receivers. And the funny part is, you have Cooper here, and he's the story of the camp. This guy is an undrafted guy out of Tarleton State. But then, now that the season's here, does he have a role on this team? How do you kind of see this? Because the wide receiver room is a lot more interesting than it's been the last couple of years in terms of the talent that they have.
Yeah, and I think this is fluid. I think it's fair to say that. You know who your top 3 are, and you know that 90% of the volume of the passing offense is going to go through the top 3. And when I say top 3, what I really mean is Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. We'll see if Jahan Dotson can carve out a little bit more of a role. But behind that, Johnny Mechie still has to learn the offense and get acclimated. And, he's also a guy who you really don't know what you're getting. Darius Cooper was so impressive in camp. It would not surprise me if the Eagles tried to get him on the field in certain situations, like where you maybe have 4 wide, 5 wide packages and see what you're getting out of him. And there's no saying he can't be, by the middle of the year, the 4th receiver, right? Or and if he's more impressive than Jahan Dotson the 3rd. I think they got to figure out, and in real NFL games, can he get open and catch passes?
Well, and the big thing is, let's say A.J. Brown, who looks like he was back on the practice field, but if Brown and Smith have been hurt over the years, they've been a complete disaster on offense. They're much better equipped, not that you're all of a sudden going to be, scoring 30 points a game, but you're much better equipped if one of those guys is not playing than you've been.
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically.
I don't want to go there yet because I just don't know what you got out of Mechie and Darius Cooper to say that if A.J. Brown missed 3 weeks again
with
fair. An injury, that they're in better shape than last year. Last year's number 4 was, I guess, Johnny Wilson, was it? Or
Johnny Wilson or –
yeah. So maybe. I mean, we're still talking about –
Paris Campbell?
Right.
At times.
Yeah, I think the inclination is to say they're better off, but I don't know.
If Johnny Wilson doesn't get hurt, he makes the team. Who's out?
It's a great question. I don't know. Maybe you're not keeping 11 offensive linemen. Then
okay.
Maybe you're not keeping that 5th edge in Okoronkwo, right? You probably are because you need that guy to play special teams. I don't know. Somebody's probably a little bit happy inside that Johnny Wilson couldn't
Right.
make 3.
Right. All right, let's go to defense. You just mentioned him. Obaniah Okoronkwo.
God bless
He
you.
made the team. But we think they're still looking for an edge rusher. Is it a marginal edge rusher, or are they trying to swing for someone to usurp Jalix Hunt?
No, they've got. Well, I mean, listen, they want to develop Jalix Hunt. They've got to see what they've gotten him. I mean, it's interestingly, it feels like right now he's a little bit more advanced in the run defense than pure pass rusher. But again, training camp can be a big disguise for you and not let you see the real story. I'm actually more concerned about Nolan Smith because he had the shoulder injury and they're only playing him on one side of the defensive line because they wanted that right shoulder that was hurt to be on the outside, not on the inside. So they were lining him up over the left tackle only, so that only his inside left shoulder would get the contact. So, I mean, this is the guy coming off the triceps surgery too. So if they're looking for somebody, who can come in and be an important piece of the rotation if they're going to bring someone in. And that probably would just mean more for Uche and Ojulari than, say, Jalix Hunt. But to your point, if Hunt's not rushing the passer the way they want, then maybe you might see some changes there.
Yeah, and that's where, we'll see how much they rely on Hunt early in the season and how much they trust some of those other guys, right? We should get a pretty good indication right off the bat on whether or not, hey, Ojulari or Uche has won that battle of the guy who gets, 30% of the snaps?
Yeah, I'm really, anticipating the first, third down on Thursday night. I assume it's going to be Carter and Ajomo on the inside and Hunt and Smith on the outside, but I don't know that. So I'm very curious to see what Vic's first 4-man rush is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if he's pulling the trigger on a few sim pressures or creeper pressures, which is it's the same thing as a sim, but it's a little bit more of a delayed blitz. That'll show you that he's got a little bit of concern because he's already dialing up a certain type of pressure or a certain type of look.
Obviously, Sam Howell was taking the backup reps today. It looks like he's going to be the number 2 guy, at least for week number 1. Kyle McCord is back on the practice squad on that side of the ball when you take a look at some of the signings today. But I do want to go back to offense on Sam Howell real quick. And, if somebody called you about Tanner McKee, would the Eagles have interest?
What month are we talking about?
Tomorrow?
No.
Okay, so they want to so they want McKee here for the full season.
Of course. If there was going to be first of all, if someone was going to call about Tanner McKee, they were going to not wait till tomorrow, right, to do it. It would have been a month ago, 3 weeks ago. I mean,
I asked that. You're right. We just saw Pickett get traded the other day. So if he's not hurt, you wonder if the Raiders are saying, I'd rather make that call than maybe, obviously Cleveland makes a lot of sense. They had 4 quarterbacks on that roster.
Right. Plus the Raiders are trying to get a quarterback on the cheap, which they did. I mean, you're not getting – You're not calling up Howie and flipping a 5th for Tanner McKee.
That's true. Anaya Smith, he's going to Carolina. He obviously was one of the punt return options there. He doesn't make it. We were talking about wide receiver earlier, but just for the people out there, Smith is now not a practice squad guy. He ended up going to Carolina, it looks like. Let's stick back to the defense. Gabe Hall up front and Byron Young, those 2 guys. Thoughts on them in terms of they're okay with them as part of the rotation? It's going to be Davis, Carter, Ojomo, and then those 2, right?
Yep, and that's part of the uniqueness I'm talking about. The Raiders released this guy. He was a 3rd-round pick. I'm talking about Byron Young. No,
Byron,
Gabe Hall.
Byron Hall, yes.
Free agent. But both fall in that same boat. One was a rookie free agent who should have been drafted but wasn't, and the Eagles took chances on them and had them last. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Young was a waiver claim, so he was he on the 53 last year? I had an active all year. I forget. I think that might have been the case. But again, they wanted both of those guys to develop. They're happy with how they developed, and I'm curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised if Gabe specifically got a little more run early on than Ty Robinson, the 4th-round rookie, because I think Ty just needs to learn. He needs to understand the NFL game a little better, the discipline of it. I don't think they want him as a liability out there in certain run rundowns. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gabe Hall got a decent amount of run Thursday night.
All right. Thursday night, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, some talent at wide receivers. I guess it's going to be Adoree Jackson on one side and Quinyon Mitchell on the other. And, of course, CD lines up in the slot a lot, so Cooper in there as well. But Adoree, is that the guy?
I would imagine so. The thing I think is interesting is if the Cowboys had never traded for George Pickens, we probably would have had an opportunity to see Vic's first usage of Quinyon Mitchell as a shadow guy. He talked about that this summer, saying that's why he cross-trained Quinyon at left and right corner, because there are times where he's going to want to use Quinyon against the number one. At least he said that. We'll see. I've actually heard coaches say that a lot and then never do it. So, but it's on the radar, right? But now that the Cowboys have a secondary perimeter threat who's pretty good, you got to think that it's going to be one guy on one side, the other guy on the other. And plus, because CD plays the slot and moves around a lot, it's hard to trail him anyway.
All right, and then McCollum released today, so the safety spot, as we talked about with that, you got who lines up on first down? Who's out there?
At safety, I would imagine it's Cooper, DeJean, and Sidney Brown. Well, wait, first down? Are the Cowboys in 12 personnel?
Yeah, you need two safeties out there. You need you need three corners. I'm sorry, you need three. You need two corners and a slot corner, nickel.
Okay, well then yes, then Cooper's in the slot. But if the Cowboys come out with two tight ends and it looks like they're going to run the ball, you're going to see DeJean at safety. And by the way, they also cross-train Cooper at outside. So if you did want to put Quinyon Mitchell and sort of stick him on CeeDee Lamb, have him outside and go inside when he did line up in the slot, when he does line up the slot, you could have Quinyon there, and then Cooper would not be uncomfortable then taking the outside receiver. In that way, it might be Jalen Tolbert, or even if Pickens is on that side. So smart of Vic to do those things. A lot of options.
And listen, the only thing I would say that I would be worried about this season with some of the things on defense is the guys from last year. You brought this up too, I think a couple of weeks ago, but is Zach Bond as good or better than he was last year? Cooper, Quinyon, all those guys, are they as good or better than they were a year ago? That's a lot to ask.
Sure it is. I mean, it sure is, but there's going to be questions about the team, no doubt. But what is not questionable is that they do have a lot of talent, and talent wins you games. So the Eagles, I imagine, will be in a lot of close games this year. I don't know how many teams are going to blow out. So we'll see if all that experience from last year that those young guys got, the Ajomos, I'm trying to think of other, the Sidney Brown, just even as a backup, guys like that who are stepping into the roles, Tyler Steen at right guard, see how much that helped them.
Were there questions that you had coming into camp that have been answered, or are all those questions still remaining?
Questions coming into camp. Well, we certainly wondered who right guard would be, and it was no question. I mean, the Eagles answered that question. They made Tyler Steen the right guard, and I thought in the limited amount of work he got in the preseason, he looked good. We talked about the big block that he had on that big Shipley 38-yard run. I think that was against the Bengals now. We had some questions about depth at edge. I think those questions are still there. Like we just talked about that. Questions about who would start next to Zach Bond, whether Campbell would be able to be that guy. And I think that no matter what, I mean, he's starting. Now, I think that he'll be a rookie and probably make some rookie mistakes, but I also think with all that athleticism, he's going to accidentally make some really good plays, Mike. I mean, he's just going to hit somebody hard. He's going to wind up near a ball, like when it gets fumbled or turnover. He's that kind of guy. So I think that that's been a positive development for them. Obviously, the questions are still at corner that we had going into camp. It's Adoree Jackson right now. Could be Jacorian Bennett in a few weeks. I'm not sure that you're feeling that great about either compared to what you got from Slay. So we'll have to just see how it goes.
All right. Well, tomorrow night, a week from tomorrow night, the Eagles will get ready to play the Cowboys, and you can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. And the Eagles back on the practice field today. Got some good news. Landon Dickerson back on the field. A.J. Brown back on the field. So it looks like the Eagles going to be pretty healthy going into game number 1. And we'll have all the coverage for you right here during Football at 4 on 97.3 ESPN. You can check out Geoff Mosher over at phillyvoice.com. And, of course, the podcast Inside the Birds with Adam Kaplan and Andrew DiCecco over on all podcasting platforms. And we'll talk to you next week, pal.
All right, my friend.
Getting ready for the football season with Football at 4. There's Geoff Mosher here on the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, everybody. We got so much more to go, including, don't forget, Football at 4 is brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort, the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go to the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. The place to be this football season is Ocean Casino. Go to Ocean, go for the win. For more, visit oceanac.com. Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm actually going to be at Ocean this weekend there, Josh. Saturday night, going to see a couple 90s, nostalgia 90s acts.
Nothing wrong with that. You mentioned the lineup to me earlier. Sounds like a pretty good lineup.
Well, I said, one of the bands, I oddly enough was like, I wonder if they're still together or touring. So I Googled it and looked, and I said, they're playing this weekend in Atlantic City. I was a big Our Lady Peace fan. Big Our Lady Peace fan.
Why is that?
Just, I don't know, just like their music.
It's kind of random.
Well, I saw Our Lady Peace play in probably like 2001 or 2002, somewhere around then. So here we are, about 20-some years later, and I was like, I wonder if they're still touring. Well, they're opening up for Collective Soul and Live.
Crazy.
Right? Now, I've seen Live play a handful of times. They opened up at Fall Fest in Morgantown, West Virginia when I was in college.
So rank those three bands right there.
Well, Our Lady Peace, number one.
Number one.
Definitely.
Of those
Collective Soul would be 2. Live, I've seen a handful of times. I wasn't the biggest Live fan, but they're okay. Definitely Collective Soul would be 2. Our Lady Peace, I am a big Our Lady Peace guy.
Interesting.
Yeah. Not a lot of people even know who they are.
No, they don't. Do you think Nick Earnshaw knows?
No way. No way. Nick Earnshaw's on the other side with Nick's Nuggets today. The Nuggets, Phillies lose 9 in a row. The lineup is out, by the way. Let me get you that lineup. It's brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running year-round. Kind of an interesting lineup tonight. A little quirky. When you think about who's pitching, a right-handed pitcher is pitching for the Mets tonight, but the Phillies are throwing their platoons out the window, at least one of them anyway. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Real Muto, Alec Boehm in the 4-hole today. Max Kepler is in the 5-hole, followed by Nick Castellanos, Bryson Stott, and batting ninth is Harrison Bader. So no Marsh against a right-handed pitcher tonight. Very interesting. No Marsh against a righty tonight. So they're going with the 2 right-handed bats, Castellanos and Bader, and then Bader's hitting ninth tonight. He was the only guy that showed a pulse last night. Analytics. Nuggets next. All right, 4:32 here on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash. Time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast. He's producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN, and has today's Nuggets for us. The Phillies lose last night, 9 straight at Citi Field. They're going to go with Taijuan Walker tonight, and an interesting lineup tonight. 2 righties in the outfield against a right-handed pitcher. So the Phils saying, the heck with those analytics. Let's go with what we know. A couple of guys in the lineup tonight, Harrison Bader, Max Kepler in the 5-hole tonight. What do you think, Nuggets? You got your boy Kepler out there playing left field, batting 5th tonight.
I'll tell you, I'm going to start with an absolute disgusting Nugget today. I mean, what an awful, awful way to lose last night. You couldn't even get an out in the 9th inning. They have lost 23 of 29 games at Citi Field in New York. I mean, that's just awful. Against your division foe, your most hated team, you can't beat them on the road. And then John Clark puts out a great stat. They have blown leads in 7 of their last 9 straight losses at Citi Field. Blown leads in 7 out of 9 of them. That is nuts. It's gross. It's so gross what we've been watching the Phillies play in New York. It's awful, Mike. I mean, this is the team that you know you're going to face heading down the stretch. They're in the mix, and you're giving them life. That is what they are doing. You're giving them life at this point, Mike. Awful. Now you're just throwing analytics. You're doing the opposite of what you've done all year to just try and win a game. Big game, Taijuan. You need him tonight. You need him.
Well, we'll see. I actually laughed earlier. I said what are the chances that Taijuan Walker now wins everybody over by being the guy that ends this thing tonight and now re-enters himself into the conversation? Listen, I warned people about this. Everybody laughed at the Mets. They're done. They're shot. The team stinks. I said, listen, this is baseball. You go through these ups and downs and all around. They were really good early, and then they went into this 40-game little, where they were like the worst team in baseball.
Yep.
They were like the worst team in baseball.
It's like the All-Star break.
For a stretch there, right?
Yeah.
You can't they have enough talent on that team that balances out. You can't keep playing that poorly when you have a good team. And they had the right team at the right time come in here, a team that has doubts when they're in your building. Now, I would say this game tonight is hugely important for the psyche of everybody, because if you win the game, you're back up 6 games. How different does 6 feel than 4? It is a whole different ball of wax.
Oh, it's not even close. You can't get swept. 2 out of 3. All right, you lost the series, fine. But if you lose 3 straight to the Mets, you get swept by the Mets. I mean, you're giving them total life back into this thing. Like, they're into the mix now in the wild card. That's fine. But you're giving them hope for the division. Because remember, they come to Citizens Bank Park in just a little bit, a couple of weeks from now, right? They're going to be at the bank. You got to win those games. Those are must-wins. Tonight's a must-win as well. But
Which
you go down
odd.
4 games. It's 4 games. You were up 7. 7 games heading in this. You're going to be down 4. That's very approachable. And by the way, over the weekend, Mike McGarry last week on your show, he said the division's over, this, that. Schweiner got so erratic and upset. He called McGarry on the phone to get him to what are you guaranteeing the division for? It's not over yet. And look, the Schweiner's, indecisiveness and craziness. Look at it. He's being right. He's looking like he's kind of right at this point.
Hey, listen, the Phillies played the Mets at Citizens Bank Park and took 2 out of 3. So, it's not that they can't beat the Mets. It's just they've had their problems at Citi Field, and there's nothing to argue that point. They have lost 9 straight, including playoff games. They've had leads in games. Last night, you basically had the Mets pitcher Ryan Helsley implode on the mound last night, and you're thinking, hey, you get back in that game, and then Diaz comes in and shuts you down. He gets 2 outs in the 8th, and then, by the way, he struck out both guys in the 8th and then blows you away in the 9th. So, yeah, this has been a mess. Now, the 4-game series at Citizens Bank Park, if you can get, 2 of those games, you should pretty much lock things up. I don't think the Mets are going to go on some crazy run here. Now, the Phillies do play the Brewers coming up, by the way.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough series as well. I mean, listen, you get the Bader, see you later home run last night, and all of a sudden you can't close it out. You can't have Duran getting out in the 9th inning last night. I mean, that was just pitiful. The whole thing, it was these little dink and dunk singles off the inside part of the bat. I mean, it was ridiculous. And the fact they couldn't even get an out last night on the road in Citi Field, I mean, it's just giving you flashbacks to last year. And my goodness, if they face the Mets in the postseason somehow, some way, I mean, do you trust this team in Citi Field? I certainly don't. They just can't win there. I don't know if it's kryptonite or what.
It certainly would not make me feel great. Like, and by the way, the chance that they could play the Mets would be if right now the Mets are the worst of the wild card teams and the Dodgers are the worst of the divisional round teams. They would play in the wild card round, and if the Mets beat the Dodgers, the Phillies would play the Mets.
Well, guess what? That's a very real possibility.
What would you rather do? Play the Mets or the Dodgers?
Flip a coin. I mean, flip a coin. I think I'd rather see the Dodgers. Honestly, the Phillies have played better against the Dodgers, not necessarily in postseason play, but in regular season play, the Phillies have been awesome against the Dodgers over the past couple of years. So honestly, maybe you'd rather see the Dodgers because apparently you can't beat the Mets on the road. You just can't do it.
Well, those are your options potentially right now. Now, if the Phillies, keep playing. Now, the question is it just because they're playing the Mets here at Citi Field, or are they kind of like the Mets were? The Mets were down, and now they're up. And now are the Phillies hitting their downward spiral at the wrong time?
You know who you are, even Steven. That's who you are. I mean, that's essentially what you're saying.
That's right.
Going up,
I had a buddy.
down.
One was up, the other was down.
He stays the same. One guy stays the same, and then you have one goes up, the other one goes down. Elaine goes up, George goes down. George goes up, Elaine goes down.
Yeah, I had a friend. One was up, the other was down. Now you're
That's
up, she's down. By the way, the Phillies are up 5 games on the Mets in the National League East race. When it comes to the National League race, this was interesting because the Brewers have now won 2 in a row when you've lost 2 in a row. So that's back up to 6.5 games. And now you're only a half game up on the Dodgers, who have now won 3 straight. That was a 2.5 game lead. Now it's down to a half a game.
Listen, you got big game Taijuan tonight. Could he turn some heads? Could he get you to come over to the bright side over here and get him on the playoff roster, Mike? I mean, hey, you get a good outing out of Taijuan, give him a chance to win. Hopefully you don't get swept by the freaking Mets. That's essentially what you got going into tonight.
It would not be, put it this way, if you get swept by the Mets, tomorrow will be an interesting show.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to try not to blow a gasket tomorrow because today I was right there. I was right there today. Nugget number 2. Also, could get me to blow a gasket, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to inform the audience and you and Josh about this. I'm just going to inform you. I'm not going to say much about it. Jared Goff is 4 spots ahead of Jalen Hurts on the NFL top 100 list of players. He is 4 spots ahead. He's number 15, Jared Goff. And Penei Sewell is ahead of Lane Johnson as well. I'm just going to put it out there. Just throwing it out there, Mike. I'm not going to get upset. I promised you I'm not going to get upset at lists anymore. But I'm just going to put it out there. I'm just going to lay that nugget right in front of you. I'm going to make a tray like we're at the lunch table. Just going to put it out there.
That was my unsportsmanlike moment of the day today where Drew Brees talked about why Hurts doesn't get the respect that he really deserves. And, I said, listen, at this point, I don't care where he's on these lists. I only, at the end of the day, it's just some guy's opinion who put that together and is looking for debate, argument, all that kind of stuff. Where Hurts belongs on that list, I really don't know. Jared Goff ahead of him? I don't really care. I don't mind Jared Goff. He's not awful. But would I take Jalen Hurts over Goff? Of course I would.
However, these are the players, I believe, putting this list together. 19, little low for me, and having Jared Goff ahead of him. Now, Penei Sewell over Lane Johnson.
Well, what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say if the players think that?
I just don't know how you can drop spots on lists and win a Super Bowl, be an MVP in the Super Bowl, and fall backwards and get criticized even more. That's just what's so insane to me about the whole Jalen Hurts conversation. The fact he's done more, I know the stats aren't there. He's not the prototypical quarterback. He's a running quarterback to an extent, right? I understand that. But how do you go from the top of the pedestal to being even more harshly criticized after winning the whole thing and proving everyone wrong? Is everyone just upset that they were dead wrong about the guy? I mean, that's essentially the way I take it.
I looked at it, and I talked about this last hour during the unsportsmanlike moment. We are a society of numbers. Numbers tell us the story. And if your numbers don't look like they're supposed to
They
look,
don't tell the whole scope, though.
I'm not
It's not
saying they do, but I'm saying
everything.
we are a society of numbers. And to people, they just strictly look at your numbers. And if your numbers don't say what they're supposed to say, then that's how you are judged.
And that's the problem. That's the problem right there. The fact that
Exactly.
we're not looking at the whole scope of everything. We don't.
That's why I
attain-
don't care about these lists.
I'm not getting mad. I told you, I'm not going to get mad today. I'm not getting mad. I'm just pointing out the extenuating factors here.
I likened it to like a
Extenuating
corporation, right? A corporation who just sets a budget. He hit his budget. So what do? They move the goal higher because they're never satisfied. So he satisfied them, and what did he do? They made his budget higher.
I mean, the
you already-
goalpost shifted. It just
Yeah, exactly.
it continues to shift. I mean, what are we doing here?
So who cares? Who cares? That's what I get. Who cares? If he goes out and wins again in a Super Bowl and he's ranked 30th next year, why does that bother people?
Because he deserves the respect of like just showing everybody he's actually a good quarterback. He's better than most of these players.
You think he needs the respect of being number something on some stupid list that some jabroni over at CBS Sports put together?
It's voted by the players. The top 100 every year is voted by the players. That's his peers. And I think that's a little bit unfair. I mean, he's in the top 20. I'm not complaining totally. But to have Jared Goff ahead of him, what did Jared Goff do in the past year or so? He's not better than Jalen Hurts. Are you kidding me? That's
numerically speaking, if you, again,
Throwing the
we're a
ball
society. We are a society of numbers. And if you just simply said, look at the numbers of these two guys, it's not close. That's not a close conversation. And by the way, it's not like Jared Goff's team stunk, by the way. They were pretty darn good. So it's not like he was at the bottom and his numbers were astronomically better than Hurts's were. I'm not saying that I would take, I'm just saying, most of these people look at numbers. Goff threw for like 4,700 yards last year. He had 37 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. He had an unbelievable year.
How far did they get? They didn't get that far. That's my point. He wins. And why are we punishing winning? That's my problem, is that we punish winning in today's society. Like you said, we only look at the numbers. The only number and the most important number is in the W column. How many wins are there? He wins. And for him to get punished for that, in some of these lists and analysis, I'm just saying.
That's the problem. The problem is that people care about it, and then they complain about it, and all it does is add fuel to the fire for people to continue to do it because they know that it bothers you. If you didn't let it bother you, I guarantee he'd be higher up these lists because once you stop talking about it, then they're going to say, now I got to put him where he belongs. But the only way I get attention on my list is if I don't put him in the spot he belongs. This is an easy trick here.
This is a list, though, that is out every year. Every single year this list comes out, the top 100. I'm just saying I would put Jalen Hurts over Jared Goff. I think a lot of people would put Jalen Hurts over Jared Goff. That's all I'm saying.
I would put him ahead of Jared Goff, but my point is I understand in a society of numbers why people would have put Goff ahead of him because he threw for 4,700 yards and 37 touchdowns and had a quarterback rating of 111. It's not like he sucked.
I'm not saying he sucked. That's not all I'm saying. I'm not saying Jared Goff sucked. I'm just saying. Little high for me. A little high for Jared Goff. That's all.
Guess what? You'll sleep fine.
I don't know. I might not sleep fine.
Jalen Hurts, by the way, again, not to just saying, a society of numbers. Jalen Hurts didn't even throw for 3,000 yards last year. He had 18 touchdowns. One guy had 37 touchdowns and 4,700 yards. The other guy threw for 2,900 yards and 18 touchdowns. Now, I know you have to add in the rushing stats where he ran for 630 yards. But if you add those 630 yards to his ledger, he still doesn't surpass the amount of yards that Goff threw for. And if you put his touchdowns together with his rushing touchdowns and his passing touchdowns, he still comes up short of Goff.
But Goff comes up short in the win column in the Super Bowl, in MVPs in the Super Bowl as well, and Super Bowl stats as well. I would take Jalen Hurts any day of the week. All right.
See,
by
that
the way,
whole thing there,
though,
though, that whole thing there, that's the thing. Just because one guy won the Super Bowl doesn't mean the other guy can't. And if you think that Goff can win a Super Bowl, if you think that he can win a Super Bowl, then the numbers do have some meaning to them.
What's gonna be funny? Tonight's the 97.3 ESPN Fantasy Football League. I'm gonna end up with Jared Goff on my team tomorrow. I'm gonna hope Jared Goff has the greatest season of all time. So that's where it usually goes.
Yeah, and listen, this isn't to say that, by the way, the Lions obviously had a lot of injury problems down the stretch last year, which contributed to them not being able to advance in the playoffs.
I'm not saying Goff's a bad quarterback or anything. I am just saying I think Hurts should be ahead of him on this type of list. In a top 100, I would take a Jalen Hurts over Jared Goff. Jalen Hurts wins more. I like his legs better. Not necessarily would take him as a better thrower, but the whole package, I would rather have Hurts leading my team than Jared Goff. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it.
I agree with you. Don't care one iota who's ranked higher on that list. It couldn't bother me any less.
I'm just putting it out in the ether that he was ranked 4 spots ahead. That's all I'm doing. I'm not getting mad. I'm not going to get mad. And this is something we don't have to get mad at the Sixers about. Before I get out of here, nugget number 3. Did you see the pictures, the leaks, the reports of the new court? The old school 76ers unis are coming back, and they're also bringing back the old court this year. Mike, I was ecstatic to see that. This is the one positive thing we get out of the Sixers. We get those Iverson era jerseys back in the same court. That's going to look amazing. They were showing some of the tidbits of what the court's going to look like. There's some minor changes from what it used to be. But, man, that 76ers court, the old logo, the swoosh underneath the Sixers, the black unis, awesome. Back.
Now, this is a uni that I could get behind. I like the Sixers 01 unis. I think that the Sixers have swung and missed so many times with their city uniforms or whatever uniforms. They've had so many great opportunities because the NBA, they switch their uniform things so often.
Yeah.
And they have swung and missed almost every single time. This one here, this is the one. This is the one you go with. This is the one that I say, all right, now you got me. These I like.
Yeah, you know what the NBA should do? They should do like throwback courts instead for the NBA Cup instead of like the crazy blue and red court for the NBA Cup. They should go throwback courts for the NBA Cup, not the stupid red, blue. I mean, it looks ridiculous. It looks like, we were talking about Seinfeld earlier. It looks like the chicken place across the street from Kramer's house. So,
Kenny Rogers Roasters.
Kenny Rogers Roasters. Yeah, exactly. That's what those courts look like for the NBA Cup. They should bring back the throwback unis, throwback courts for the NBA Cup if they're going to do that. Not the stupid red, blue.
This is the third
green.
year of this cup, and I still don't care.
Neither do I. The NBA Cup is one of the dumbest things they've ever created. I mean, we're putting banners up for an NBA Cup. What are we doing?
Well, who won last year?
I don't even remember. I
don't remember either.
I know the Lakers won the 1 year.
I know the Lakers won the 1 year because they put the king up, but I don't remember who won last year and whether or not they put the cup up.
Was it the Bucks? I can't even remember. Who cares? It's literally so meaningless. It's so meaningless. And
it couldn't have there's zero interest in that NBA Cup. Zero. I have no idea who won that cup. I know that the Lakers beat the Pacers the year before in the first one, but I have no idea who won last year.
Yeah, that's the one I remember because I remember the banner going up, and I was like, this is just out of hand. They were putting banners up for an NBA Cup.
Yeah, got to do the research to see who won last year and did they put the banner up.
Out on the NBA Cup, totally not in it. But they should do the throwback thing for the NBA Cup. If they're going to keep this thing around, stop with the dumb uniforms and the dumb, court. Go throwback. People enjoy that. Nostalgia is a big thing. That would draw people in at least a little bit more.
I agree. I'm out on the NBA Cup. Don't need it. But I do like the Sixer uniforms.
Yeah, I'm in on the Sixer uniforms. Totally in on the throwback Iverson era unis. Totally in. Can't wait to see that. That's a positive thing for your 76ers.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. That's today's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Earnshaw's back again tomorrow. And don't forget, tomorrow on the show, we'll be recapping this Phillies Mets series, which has been a total nightmare for them. But can they get the game tonight? It would be a big one. We have Sunday Night Baseball this weekend on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Phillies and the Braves. And then on Monday, Labor Day, while you're driving around, hanging out on the beach, take us with you. Phillies Brewers, Labor Day, right here on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Coming up next hour, I got the Phillies lineup, thoughts on the series against the Mets, plus Scott Grayson grades the Eagles roster at 5:30. 5 o'clock, driving you home, Sports Bash, hanging in there with you till the end of the hour. We got Phillies and Mets tonight. How big of a game is it for the Phillies tonight? Well, if the Phillies lose the game tonight, that would be 10 straight losses against the Mets at Citi Field, and the Mets would be 4 games behind the Phillies in National League East play. Now, keep this in mind. The Phillies and Mets do play again coming up, but 4 games at Citizens Bank Park, where the Phillies did win 2 out of 3 the last time they were in Philadelphia. But let me put some perspective extra on this game tonight and what it means moving forward here. Phillies play 4 in Atlanta at the starting tomorrow and over the weekend. Sunday Night Baseball here on 97.3 ESPN. I know the Braves have had a nightmare of a season, but guess who is back to pitch for the Braves, who has been out essentially for the last couple of months, pitching on Saturday? Yeah, Chris Sale, left-hander. He's back. Spencer Strider throwing Sunday night. Now, I know Strider's had all sorts of problems against the Phillies at Citizens Bank Park. Spencer Strider at Atlanta, maybe a little bit different. It's Luzardo and Strider in the game on Sunday Night Baseball. That, by the way, has changed because Strider was not the original pitcher because Sale is now back, so that bumped everybody. After that, Phillies play the Brewers. Huge series. And then they play the Marlins. Conversely, so you have 4 against the Braves, 3 against the Brewers, 3 against the Marlins. You go and look at what the Mets are doing after they play the Phillies here. They play the Marlins for 4. Marlins are pesky. Then they play Detroit, and then they have a huge series against Cincinnati. Like if Cincinnati wants to get that wild card, that's their shot to get back into it. And then they play Philadelphia. But after that, they play Texas, San Diego, Washington, Chicago, and Miami. Kind of an iffy schedule for them down the stretch. You know, San Diego's going to be playing for possibly the NL West title. Washington's out of it. Chicago, you know, they're kind of in the wild card situation here. And then you got Miami to close out the season. I would think, because the Phillies, I know, do play the Dodgers again coming up down the stretch here. You got the rest of the way for Philadelphia. You got Atlanta for 4, Milwaukee for 3, Miami for 3, New York for 4, Kansas City for 3, the Dodgers for 3, Arizona. So you got another West Coast trip, Miami and Minnesota. That's how you close out the season with Miami and Minnesota. You have 6 straight at home. So the Phillies win tonight. They go 6 games up on the Mets. If they lose tonight, it's a 4-game cushion. And then that big old button that you want to push over there, it's called the panic button. It would be staring at you in the face. And that's what we have for you this hour on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Let's get you the Phillies lineup against the Mets tonight at Citi Field. Brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com and learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running strong year-round. It's an interesting lineup tonight for the Phils. They're going with Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, Alec Boehm. So that 5 is the normal 5. Max Kepler playing left field tonight, batting 5th. Nick Castellanos, Bryson Stott, Harrison Bader round out the lineup for Taijuan Walker. And that's your Phillies lineup tonight against a Mets team that is going to throw rookie pitcher out there tonight, which is Nolan McLean, who's 2-0 with a 1.46 ERA and a whip of 0.81. So base runners have been tough to come by. But do we find it interesting that the Phillies are kind of throwing the analytics and the left, right, and the platoons out the window tonight? Are we perplexed by that, or are we applauding that? Like, how are we looking at the fact that the Phillies have said, you know what? I'm going to go with Bader, the guy who was the hot hand last night, and I'm going to go with Castellanos. That whole thing does have me kind of scratching my head a little bit because Marsh, of all the guys, now Marsh, I don't know, maybe he's in the struggle bus and maybe just needs a night off here a little bit. I don't know why Marsh was the guy, and then Kepler's in the lineup tonight because normally Marsh is the one that plays against the righties no matter what. Kepler has kind of been the one that has been getting passed over, but tonight, and by the way, Marsh did not start last night either. So that's 2 games in a row now that Marsh is out of the lineup.
Yeah, to me, it's definitely obvious that they're trying to give Marsh maybe a breather, maybe a respite or something. This feels like, Mike, honestly, the first time the Phillies have put a lineup out that's based on the manager's gut. For all the people who are saying, I hate analytics, I want the manager to make a lineup based on his gut, his feel. This is the Billy Schwein lineup. This is the lineup where the old school baseball guy who wants to tell you about Jim Fregosi and stuff like that. This feels like their lineup because you just said it.
I would have to say that I hear what you're saying. I don't think that that's what happened here.
I don't think that's what happened. That's what it feels like because Bader's the hot hand you mentioned. Castellanos, listen, for as much as I like to rip him, the reality is that the dude is one swing away from launching a missile into the seats.
Castellanos, I got to be honest, has actually had a nice little stretch where no OPS, no power. He's hit a bunch of singles in the last couple of weeks, but how much of that is because he's not playing every day? He's kind of rested up. Maybe he's got a little extra. Now, Marsh is the interesting one. So Marsh, who was the kind of the guy that, he had a horrible start. He went down. He got back. By the way, Kepler's hitting 6. Bohm is in the 5-hole tonight. I'm just so used to Bohm hitting 4 that, I assumed that he was still in that 4, but he's in the 5-hole. It's Kepler hitting 6. With Castellanos hitting 7, Stott hitting 8, and Bader hitting 9th. My bad on that one. Good catch by the listener on that one. I was wrong on that one. My bad. But I will say, the last 2 weeks, Marsh is at 154, 214 on base, 205 slug, struck out 14 times. I got to imagine that the powers that be said he need a day off.
Yeah, and it's nothing wrong with that. Listen, I believe it was May 3rd to August 3rd, Marsh had like a 312 batting average. So he went through a stretch where there was no reason to ever take him out of the lineup. It was reasonable not to think that he wasn't going to hold that forever, Mike. He wasn't going to keep that pace up until September 30th. He was going to go in a slump at some point, right?
You would have to imagine, yeah. I mean, the last 30 days, by the way, as bad as he's been over the last 2 weeks, last 15 days, over the last 30 days, Marsh is 292. So he's still with 4 home runs and 7 RBI. So
Strong
for the last month,
yeah,
he's been scorching hot just over the last 2. That's how hot he was at the first part of the month.
Correct.
Now the last 15 days, he has kind of stumbled a little bit here. So Marsh, I don't know if they just finally said, hey, we're rotating these guys all around. Now, he didn't play last night against a lefty.
Correct.
But tonight you got a right-handed pitcher, and he's not in the lineup again.
But if you look at the guys who are in the lineup, most of these guys are the type of, if this guy gets a hold of one kind of guys. Marsh isn't that kind of guy.
Not generally, but he does have 4 home runs in the last 30 days. So he has displayed a little bit more power. But I would agree that of the group, the Kepler-Castellanos little triangle of guys that play the corner outfield
because they both have those long swings that, if they make good contact, it's going to go really far. So, yes, there's a boom or bust factor with Castellanos, and Kepler is, the ultimate, he hits the ball hard from Rob Thompson, but the reality is that if you get a young pitcher up there and he makes a mistake, give me the guy who hits the ball hard.
Well, and for Kepler's defense here, in the month of August, which, we're wrapping up here the next couple of days, 295 with 2 homers and 7 RBI. His OPS is 811. Over the last 15 days, he's 333 with an 815 OPS. Over the last week,
his slug has been great this month.
He has done a really good job. So Kepler, of the 2 lefties, is the guy that they decide to go with here in this spot. And then, of course, you go with Castellanos. Now, the question is, should they have stuck with Marsh because it's a right-handed pitcher, or do we like the fact that he said, we're going to go with Castellanos and Bader and forget Marsh? Marsh, you're struggling. You're the guy that's sitting, and it's not just because there's a right-handed pitcher tonight that you're going to play.
I like it because it's the baseball move. I like it because of the fact that you're telling your team, Mike, that, hey, listen, Brandon, you were great for about 3 months there, but you're not so great this second. Doesn't mean it won't be great this weekend. For all we know, Marsh sitting for 2 days might turn into him going hot against the Braves.
Well, and like we said, so in the month of August, Nick Castellanos is hitting 205. In July, he hit 207. So he's had a miserable stretch here. But in the last week, as we talked about, he's hitting 357 with a 438 on-base percentage and 866 OPS. I give Castellanos a little bit of credit. It seems like he's had a single and a single and a single and a single. But the thing that impressed me the most, he has 2 walks this week. 2!
Yeah, which is amazing because this is a guy who all he does is either strike out or hit the ball.
And this week he's only struck out 3 times.
Which is incredible for him, which shows you that.
But he hasn't played all that. He's only got 14
He
at-bats.
hasn't, but at least you have to be happy with the play discipline.
I listen, again, I'm giving him credit. I am giving him credit. But the triangle or I guess you could call this a square of outfielders, maybe a rectangle
a diamond?
of these 4 guys that they have been kind of dancing around here for the last couple of weeks.
You include Weston Wilson and make it an octagon?
I do not include Weston Wilson. He will generally only play in a situation like last night.
Gotcha.
With a left-handed pitcher. Although I'm wondering now, is he going to play in a playoff game? You're going to put Weston Wilson, forget his offense. The play he makes in left field last night is awful. It's the second time he has had an embarrassingly bad attempt at diving for a ball that he had no business diving for last night. I mean, he just looked like a fish out of water last night in left field on that play.
He looked like a guy who was pretending to play Major League Baseball.
I remember the first time he did that, and it was like, you can't put that guy back out there. He was so bad. So bad. But the one thing, I go back to Castellanos. He has, I joke all the time, the guy never walks, has the worst plate discipline you ever saw in your life. But I will give him credit that he did walk when Bader hit the home run, and that was a pretty good at bat. It was like he was dying. And then when he ended up walking, he almost looked disappointed.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I walked? Really?
And the other thing is, last night was a tough night for everybody as well because you had a lousy umpire who had just been called up in the minor leagues. So now you're calling up a pitcher from the minor leagues. Now it's time to say, look, let's get that young guy and make him think a little bit, make him sweat.
Yeah, that at-bat, that Castellanos, by the way, had 2 terrible at-bats earlier in the game. He was horrendous earlier in the game,
but
which was why, he had 2 terrible strikeouts earlier in the game. But the at-bat that he had that led to the 2-run home run, it was almost like, holy mackerel, who the heck is this guy? Who is this guy that is holding off pitches in this situation? Because that was a big spot in the game, because you remember there's 1 out in the inning because Bohm struck out. And he swings at the first pitch. It's a slider out of the zone. He looks awful. And then he takes 3 straight balls, and then he swings and misses through a pitch that's up and in on him.
Right.
Then he fouls 2 pitches off, which you're like, okay. And one of them's a fastball, 100 miles an hour that he misses. I mean, that's the one right there. That's the fastball right down Broadway that you need to deliver over the left field seats. That's the one that ticks you off. But did anybody out there in any capacity think he was going to take that 85-mile-per-hour slider on the outside part of the plate for ball 4? I could not believe it.
It was impressive.
I said, you got to be kidding me that he had the discipline enough not to swing at that pitch, for that pitch, because that's the pitch that he swings at all the time. So, listen, I am not the biggest Castellanos guy in the world, but you got to tip your cap to him in that particular at-bat there.
And the other thing with the lineup tonight is if you're the Phillies, and you mentioned this in the 2 o'clock hour, Mike, we could bring it back around. It feels like they are just pressing and trying too hard, and it's almost like their own heads. Maybe this is the kind of lineup that, the team goes out there and says, hey, guys, this is it. This is the boys. Let's roll. Don't overthink it. Don't go crazy with the lineup. Don't make a million changes. You're going with the regulars, right? We know that locker room is very close. They're very tightly knit group. They root for each other. They behind each other. Putting Castellanos in a situation like this with Kepler out there might be a bit of a sign to the boys in the locker room. Be like, hey, guys, we're putting you guys together out there. It's all on you.
I am a little surprised. I will be honest that I'm a little surprised that that they're going with both Bader and Castellanos tonight. Now, part of this I wonder is, hey, Castellanos has sat a couple of games. He's hitting 350. We're just going to stick with him because he usually plays against righties and lefties. But the fact that they're giving Kepler the shot here, think about where Kepler has come from. As I talked about where he's at in the month of August here, he was completely written off. And listen, I'm not saying, Kepler is he's got to be on this team or on this roster. I could care less about Kepler right now. But realistically, if they are going to stick to playing Kepler in right field on certain days, then I'm okay with that. If it gets Castellanos not playing every single day, because quite frankly, as I've chronicled a lot, he does not deserve to play every day.
No.
His at-bats are so dreadful that you cannot count on him at this stage of the game. But what might be able to lift him up a little, if there is a little friendly competition between these two guys of, what happens? See, this is the one thing you worry about. What happens in the platoon when the one guy in the platoon produces and the other guy doesn't? And he's saying, well, that guy's not producing. Why am I? You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
a guy like Castellanos who isn't usually part of the platoon.
Exactly. And I think that's where I feel like tonight is a message from the organization, because we know this is a consensus-built lineup that basically Rob Thompson delivers to the boys. And he's like, basically a message like, hey, guys, you lost 2 straight against the Mets. This is the lineup. Let's go hit them hard. You got a young pitcher on the mound. You got some bangers in the lineup. Let's go bang.
Well, I think ultimately tonight it was, listen, Marsh is really struggling right now. Let's probably sit him for a second game in a row and see if we can kind of, because he did come in and pitch hit list. I know that was another part of the game that we could kind of get into a little bit, where he was asked after the game about why he didn't hit for certain guys when he normally would, because, we got the people out there that think they just follow the book every single time. And as the season gets a little later, the things start to change a little bit. And they didn't hit for Castellanos, right? They did not hit for Bader, thankfully, because he ended up coming up big there.
Run, yeah.
But they did hit for Stott, and they did hit for Wilson.
Correct.
And he was asked after the game, how come you didn't hit for those guys? And he said, well, I just wanted to kind of let them keep going. So it'll be interesting to see, because he hit for Sosa in the 8th inning with Stott. And Stott, he walk, I think? And then he hit for Wilson in the 8th, and Marsh struck out. So it'll be interesting to see how often he will start to utilize the pinch hitters. Will he because Castellanos, there was the spot, what inning did Castellanos? Now, he ended up walking in the big inning when they hit the home run. But if you watch his first 2 at-bats, you would have said, there's no way I'm letting this guy hit in this situation. And he rewards him for him by walking. I got to give Castellanos credit. He lined out to third in the 1 inning. Castellanos hit that liner to third, but that was a terrible at-bat because Bader ended up doubling on that play. And Castellanos is up in the count 2-0, and
So it's the
he
8th
swings at a
inning.
pitch. He swings at a pitch. It's
In
just
the 8th inning is when
yeah.
Castellanos walked. In the 6th inning is when he lined out the third.
Yes. So in the 8th inning, I was wondering if they were going to hit for him in that spot.
Right, and then he
Because
walked.
Helsley is pitching a right-handed pitcher.
Correct.
I was wondering if they were going to hit
Go
Kepler
with
for him
lefty.
in that spot.
Now,
And theoretically, were
Yeah.
they going to hit Kepler for Bader in that spot?
right, which
But Bader had a double earlier in the game. But if all these people out there that think that Thompson just goes and he just hits for them. Didn't happen last night. He didn't
No.
do it. I mean,
and it worked out.
And it worked. Well,
that
Castellanos,
situation, it
right?
worked out.
Castellanos walked, and Bader hit the home run. Normally, if I'm listening to all these people who tell me that Thompson just follows the book, as I've said all year long, you don't manage the game in April, May, June, July, August the same way you do now. I know it's
Correct.
August, but now it's different.
And
Now
by-
you have
Yeah.
a much better feel of your team. You have much more data, analytics that you can now go off of. And I think he's at the point now, this team is now saying, okay, this guy, Bader, we're not going to hit for him. He gets to hit for himself. Whereas Sosa and Stott, I think you're still going to see them, and certainly Wilson.
Well, obviously Wilson, and Wilson's getting to the point where you're just like shaking your head at him because he had that little hot streak where he was hitting well for like a week and a half, and then he's just fizzled out. So it's almost like he's the reason why people are looking at Harrison Bader and saying, how can we get Bader more playing time, because the Weston Wilson experience died off.
Well, Bader, let's be honest, he got off to a slow start here too when we had the whole thing last week where Castellanos had said he was frustrated.
Right.
And he was like, I don't know what the heck, Castellanos, I'm not frustrated. But you could have read that as, look, he's got off to a slow start. He hasn't really done much since he got here, and now all of a sudden, and I think Bader, by the way, who the air-mailed throw almost cost them, well, it pretty much did cost them the game. In the end, that throw gives up, 2 extra runs?
Yeah. Well, because you got to remember the one run scored, but then the other one was still in.
Well, the guy's advanced
one.
The bases. That's where you hit the cutoff man, because the guy would have stuck on first base.
Correct.
Instead, he goes up to second, and that play there bothers me more than anything else in the whole game. Is the fact that he misses the cutoff man. That play there, you can make a strong argument that Bader, yes, he almost saved the game, but he put them in that situation.
Correct.
Because if he hits the home run in that spot on the throwing error by Bader, that ends up opening up the whole damn inning for them to score. What did they end up with? I think at the time it was 2-1 on that play. But what happened on that was everybody moved up, and they all ended up scoring. Every single one of those guys ended up scoring.
Yep, all of them. Because you had the Lindor single to center. Soto moved up. Soto scored.
Soto scored on the single.
Right.
Right. And Torrens ended up coming around because of the
Correct.
throw.
Right. So then you were in a situation where everyone moved up because of the error after that. Lindor safe at third. Bader, the error from center, correct, on that play. And then Marte walked after that. And then they brought in Kirkering.
And then Alonso doubled.
Right.
Right. And then the double allows.
Which, by the way, was that not the most non-analytics move ever? We all saw the same stat on the screen, that Alonso's batting over 400 against Kirkering in his career. Like, talk about telling the analytics, nope, we don't care.
Yeah, well.
And it didn't pay off.
Well, I'll tell you what it is a situation where before the game they mapped out.
They mapped it out.
In the 5th inning, if there's a situation, we're going to Kirkering.
Well, in that situation,
because that's how important this game is.
Well, that's a situation where the Waze recommendation failed you on your trip to the destiny of winning the game.
Yeah. I didn't like that at all. Bringing Kirkering in with the runners on base.
To me, I would have brought in Dave Robertson in that situation. I would have said, let's get the veteran guy in here to deal with this situation, to cool things off.
Yeah. All right. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's a situation where if you look at the way this team has done, the pickoff play on Monday night where they had the guy picked off.
Yep.
You don't run the guy to the advancing base. You get the ball out of your hands and have him go back towards first.
Which was perplexing.
Which was terrible. The fact that you missed the cutoff man. And, that's just Little League stuff. Right? Regardless of whether or not, because after that play, it's 2-1. Now Alonso doubles. Lindor ends up scoring. Soto goes to second because of the throw.
Right.
So he comes around. He ends up scoring. And now the whole inning unravels from you because you got guys now in scoring position, and Kirkering can't get out of that inning. So that whole inning is a mess. And it turns out in the end that
that's basically a big reason why you lost the game.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. It's a microcosm, too. Is that throw goes sailing, and everyone's like, oh, my God. You could feel the deflation of, what are we doing? It's just like, it's like when the guy hits the Little League home run where the third baseman overthrows it and he goes down to right field and everybody comes around. Everything after that just completely comes crashing
Which
down.
was worse, the Bader overthrow or the Wilson failed dive for a catch?
Oh, the Wilson's terrible. That's terrible. Was that on Alonso's ball? No.
No, that was early. It wasn't on Alonso's ball.
I can't remember who was up the bat when Wilson. Terrible.
I just can't get it out of my mind. The look on Wilson's face of just that was the moment that I think he will never admit it out loud.
Maybe it was Alonso's ball.
But he admitted to himself, I don't belong here.
It might have been Alonso's ball now that I'm thinking of it. All right. Coming back, Grayson's grades. We take a look at the Eagles 53. Where are they the weakest? That's next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 531 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The seafood's extraordinary, the value tremendous, the sunsets, they're on the house. Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant and Boathouse Restaurant at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Don't forget to host your fantasy football draft at Yuri's, just like 97.3 ESPN is doing this year. You can choose from catering-sized platters of wings, tenders, crab balls, poppers, mott sticks, fries, chips, pretzels, happy hour drinks, and more. Book your fantasy football draft now and experience the best of the Jersey Shore at Yuri's in the Boathouse at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. When is the fantasy football draft? Is that tonight?
Tonight, streaming live at 8 p.m. thanks to Yuri's in Wildwood.
So you guys will all be at Wildwood. I am not in the fantasy league.
You are not. Not the whole league, obviously. You know, Casey Joyner's in Florida, Andy McNamara's in Toronto. Scott Grayson's probably busy chasing around about 5 children.
Well, Scott Grayson's busy talking to me right now. He's got 4 kids, by the way. I met his children. They're all very nice, and he's very nice to join us right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. As Scott Grayson is back for another season of Grayson's Grades, and, of course, you can check him out on Fox 29 and Grayson's Grades over at 97.3ESPN.com. What's going on, man?
Yeah, 4 kids. 5 is way too many. 4 is more than enough. I'm good, Mike. How was your summer?
It was good. Good to see you, man. That means we're back and ready for football season. Another season of Grayson's Grades over at 97.3ESPN.com. Let's get your take on the training camp here and how would you grade some of the things that have happened so far in terms of this roster construction with what they ended up with.
You know, it's interesting. It's a younger roster than we've, really been used to around here, in the sense that they've just got so many guys they've drafted recently that they're really counting on, and they let so many older veterans go from last season as well, which is forcing these younger guys to come up. And it's interesting. This is when Howie tends to cook one of his times during the season, because he loves looking at all these guys dropped from other teams. And we saw, of course, they add Willie Lampkin, from the Rams, who was an injury designation when he was released. So that tells you they must have really loved this guy going into the draft. And I think there's interesting little nuggets and things to look at within this roster. For the most part, we know who the key players are. We know and expected them to all be, key players coming into the season. Several things that I'm going to be looking for. Jahad Campbell, I think we're all excited to see what he does when they come out of the gate here against the Cowboys in a week from tomorrow. So, that's good. I'm interested to see what they do with Cooper DeJean, because it seems like all offseason they've toyed with him here at nickel, moving him to outside, having him a little bit at safety. So I think there's just different things that Vic Fangio has been playing with, and I'm really kind of excited to see what kind of things he's going to throw at Dak Prescott in week 1 here with this team. But I think there are some question marks on this roster. Everybody I know is concerned about edge. I'm one of them. I think they've got the guys who can do some things there, but they're not proven to be able to do it at a high level of snaps on a regular basis. So I'm curious to see whether or not Howie's done with that, even with any trades.
I was going to ask you, if you're grading that pass rush right now, you had Josh Sweat last year. He's not here. Jalix Hunt takes that spot. Nolan Smith emerged late in the season. How confident are you in the Hunt-Smith duo that they can hold up this, the pass rush to the standards that needs to be done in a Vic Fangio defense?
Yeah, that's just it with me. I'm just not sure if they can do it consistently with as many snaps as it's going to take. But hey, that's one side of the equation, right? The other argument is, look at what they did in the postseason. They're trending in the right direction. It looks like they're finally breaking through in certain ways. And the fact that the team is betting on them to do that tells you what they think of where they are at this point. We won't know until we see it, in these first few weeks of the season. And you can't just judge it, I think, on week 1. When you look at this team, the way the Eagles have been, look at last season, look at the year before that. The first couple of weeks in the regular season really are the preseason for these guys, because they don't play. They just don't play. And that's the state of the NFL these days with some teams, the Eagles, one of them, that you can't really say, oh, look what they do in week 1, whether it's good or bad. I think you have to temper everything and just say you've got to see how this team progresses, because 4 weeks in, they were 2-2 last year, went into the bye, and the rest is history after that. I think you've got to give this team a good 2 to 3, 4 weeks before you really decide what they are in any facet, any way that you look at any position group here.
Scott Grayson, his grades are up after every Eagles game over at 97.3 ESPN.com. You can see him at Fox 29 as well. Scott, last year you had Bond, you had Mitchell, you had Cooper. Those guys came out of nowhere, really. You had two rookies, and you had Bond, who became an All-Pro. How confident are you that those guys can equal or better their seasons they had last year?
It's really going to be hard to better what they did because, to your point, what would be better than that right now, right? I mean, I think you can quantify it with some numbers, sure, but they were such. I mean, every time a team would try to throw at Quinyon Mitchell, he was on par. I mean, he was right there and he was doing what he was supposed to do. Cooper DeJean, I mean, the pick six in the Super Bowl, his best play, right? I mean, there's nothing that's going to top that. Zach Bond, the interception in the Super Bowl, that was beautiful the way he dove, and you know. I don't know that those guys can play better. What you need them to do is basically say they're going to play at the level they were at. I think if they could do that, that would be fantastic. But again, what could be better for Cooper DeJean? Well, seeing him be able to handle knowing what he needs to do out of the nickel and then a corner and then a safety position. If they try to move him around and disguise what he is in that way, that's one way to be better. Quinyon Mitchell, actually making some interceptions instead of letting them fall through his hands multiple times. That's one way that he could be better. Zach Bond, now you are the guy. I think opposing defenses are going to game plan against him a little more than they did last year because going into the season, they know this is the linebacker we've got to try to watch out for a little bit. I think those are all things that we're going to be looking at. I think it's unfair to say that you've got to be better if you're those three guys. But if you can be what you were, and maybe improve on that throughout the season, I think I would be a happy camper for sure.
How are you to grade this wide receiver room this year as opposed to last year and where they've been? You got A.J. Brown and Smith. We know that. Dotson now in year 2. They make the trade for John Mechie III. Darius Cooper, I don't know if you've got a chance to see him up at training camp at all this year, but everybody seems to think, man, this is a guy that they found diamond in the rough here.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at this wide receiver room because you're right? We all know A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. I mean, if you don't, you're obviously not a football fan. When you look beyond that, though, it's the way they constructed this room. It's very interesting because they all have different skill sets, and I think that's what they tried to do here. When you look at what Mechie's skill sets are versus the other guys that are in there, it's very important to see. Jahan Dotson has talked about it. His second year in this system, he got here right at the beginning of the season last year where they were already into the regular season when they made the trade. He had to learn this system fast. There wasn't the time to really develop the chemistry with, Jalen Hurts. Now throughout this offseason, he has had that ability to really build a better understanding of this offense, better chemistry with Jalen Hurts. And I wouldn't be surprised if he definitely has a better year statistically than he did last year. So I think when you look at this wide receiver room, I have high expectations for them because I think they're going to have to throw the ball a little bit more. But, the question is, will they be able to do it at a high enough level? And I think they've put together different pieces that whatever the situation calls for, hey, we have a guy who can go streak down the field. We have a guy who can go over the middle. We have a guy who's a real possession receiver on third down. We need him. I think that's the way they looked at this receiver group and said, we need this, 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 and this. That's our group.
Let me get your thoughts on the running back situation. Saquon Barkley, are you concerned about his workload from a year ago and how much they use him again this year? Do they have sufficient enough guys around him, behind him this time around?
I do like the pickup of A.J. Dillon. I really did like that pickup. I think that's going to end up paying dividends for them in situations where they need some short yardage. He's a guy who can do it where you don't have to put that wear and tear on a Saquon Barkley per se. I also think Will Shipley is a guy to keep an eye on. I think this team has some ideas of a role for him to play more than he did last year. That I think he's going to help alleviate some of those touches for Saquon. So I think you got to keep an eye on those two guys. Now, Saquon's still going to get his bulk of carries. What I'm really curious to see, though, is if they try to temper that early in the season, so that as they go on through the season, then they build up those touches a little bit more to games where they need them more. But, it's hard to say. I mean, Saquon says he wants the ball. He does not want any of those touches taken away. If it's his job to get the ball, he wants the ball and he wants to take it and do what he's supposed to do with it. So I think as you look at Saquon, I think they're going to try to protect him. They know how valuable he is, but every game, I mean, right off the bat with the Cowboys, you got to go down there and establish that run game, I think, and really try to build the passing game off of that. That's what I want to see this offense do. But with Saquon and the touches, I would not be surprised if they try to limit that a little bit early on and get him into maybe the first month of the season before they really lean on him a little harder.
All right, Grayson's grades. Let's grade the replacements for Darius Slay. How are you looking at the replacements at that spot?
Yeah, that's an interesting one because, Slay brought so much to you over there because, last year what happened was everybody looked at Slay and they said, okay, they would test him a little bit, but he was proving that he's still, a really solid cornerback. So then they would go to Quinyon Mitchell's side, and Quinyon was, of course, getting tested as a rookie and living up to the test. I think that position is still unsolved. I think they're still going to go into this year. I don't think they were very happy with how that played out, and I think they've got to try to figure out what guy wants the job the most. So to me, week one is very important to watch what happens with that position opposite Quinyon, which is why I think they tried Cooper over there a little bit because they thought they might need to. But I'm not sold on that one. That is one of the positions that I'm fine with Quinyon, right? But on the other side, opposite him, I'm not totally comfortable in saying that I think they're going to be solid over there. And that's one place, if I'm the Cowboys, I might be looking to exploit early in the game.
Let's go to Grayson's grades on the new safety spot. You replaced Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. How would you take a look at what's left over now? Makuba and Sidney Brown. They got rid of Tristan McCollum today.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to get him back on the practice squad. That being said, though, Andrew Makuba, I think, has shown that he could be the guy out there. But his injury status and his injury-prone status really is what's going to kind of possibly keep him from being out there in week one or two. And I think that's where you look at, Keely Ringo has been a guy who wasn't really doing as well as they wanted to at that spot. So there's another place opposite Reed Blankenship that I think is going to be interesting to keep an eye on. And again, we all know there's still a week and a day until they play. Howie is probably working some phones at some of these positions we're talking about, thinking if he can get better there, he's going to try to. They have so many draft picks. The safety next to Reed, I'm really interested to see what happens with that as well.
Yeah, that's a big one there. And then obviously, Jahad Campbell, what is your, expectations for him? Nakobe Dean's out till at least the 5th week of the season. I wonder do we ever see Nakobe Dean get his job back?
Well, get his job. What will his job be? Yes, I think that's an interesting one because Jahad Campbell has had a great mini camp, has had a great training camp, and I think he's really asserting himself as a guy to watch. And the interesting thing is he could be the Zach Bond of this year in the sense that, he could come out of nowhere as a rookie and be that good. I think that's what they're looking at. He was a steal of the draft for sure for this team. And then so you say, okay, when Nakobe Dean comes back, then what happens? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Vic Fangio dials up some packages where he throws all three guys out there and somebody may work on being an edge rusher and a little bit of, like, you might see Jahad come out that way a little bit and be, again, it's all about disguising what you can do. And I think Vic Fangio is built and has been able to bring in pieces where he can disguise what role a guy might be playing because you don't know truly where they are. And I think that's going to be fascinating to watch. And Jahad Campbell could be one of those guys, which would allow Nakobe Dean to get on the field a little bit as well. And Nakobe's chomping at the bit to get back. He was right away tweeting and putting out there on social media, week 5, I'll be there. I think that's the target for him and the team. And it's only going to make the team better when he gets there too. So it's a good problem for the Eagles to have, Mike.
Yeah, let's see how that all shakes out there. Obviously, Campbell, the number one or the first round draft choice, not number one overall, but he was their first round pick. Many people thought that he slipped. Does he play so well that they can't find a way to get him off the field to get Dean back on the field? The obvious guy that makes this defense go is Jalen Carter. And I wonder, in your vision, do you have a bigger year than he had a year ago? That was year 2. This is now year 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's one guy you could look at, and if that defensive line is going to have success, he has to have at least the kind of year he had last year, if not better, because he really frees up everything else. Right? He draws so much attention. The linebackers benefit off of what he does. They can get in the gaps and stop the run. Right? We saw that last year. The pass rush benefits because wherever Jalen goes, he draws multiple guys, and that allows other guys like a Nolan Smith, a Jalix Hunt. Hey, look, Jordan Davis to me is a guy to keep an eye on. He popped eyeballs when he showed up at camp, and we saw how cut he was. I mean, he clearly has put a lot into understanding that he had to lose some weight. He had to be more mobile and more athletic, and he does not want to come off the field as much as he did a year ago. So I think while you can say, yes, Jalen Carter's a big piece, I'm really looking at Jordan Davis to say what kind of 1-2 punch can those two guys be in the middle that could allow the guys on the outside really to feed. And so I would argue you got to watch not just Jalen Carter, but Jordan Davis as well. And can Jalen Carter have a bigger year than last year? I think he can. As you said, year 3. I think the guy is primed for a big year. And I think he needs to have one for this defense to really have the kind of success it did a year ago.
All right, Grayson's grades are up after every Eagles game over at 97.3ESPN.com. It is the Eagles and the Cowboys Thursday night football. And, of course, we'll have the grades right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. After every Eagles game, you can check them out with Scott Grayson right here on the Sports Bash. It's good to have you back, man, and we're looking forward to another fun season. Hopefully that will end with us in San Francisco covering the home team again.
Yeah, that would be something else. And all signs point to.
Did you hear what happened last week with the Sixers game?
No.
So I had saw that the Sixers are playing the Warriors.
Yes.
And then I sent you and Nick and Billy the same graphic. And you were like, dude, that's awesome. Nick wrote back like, awesome. Billy was wondering if I was inviting him to a Sixers game, but he couldn't hit the button to open the tickets.
Yeah, and it's not here, Billy.
No. I said, did the 10 p.m. give it away? Did the San Francisco give it away? Poor Billy. All right, man.
Listen, Billy and Details, they don't tend to always find each other.
Not normally. Grayson's back all season long. Thanks, man.
All right, thank you, Mike.
All right, Scott Grayson. Check him out on Fox 29 at S. Grayson. Fox 29 on the X platform. We're wrapping up the show next. All right, getting ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Big game for the Phils tonight. It's Game Time Jersey. The playbook for this season's action is on DraftKings Casino. Play thousands of popular slots for a shot at jackpots. Over $400 million has already been awarded. New players get 500 spins on Huff and More Puff over 10 days. Download the app, use my code DK973, and claim your spins after your first $5 wager. Get in the game with DraftKings Casino, home of the largest jackpot win in online casino history. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in New Jersey. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, and it's valid for a featured game only, and they expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. It ends October 5th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Good night.